Well, the fans on Utah Street here at Oriole Park on this very lovely Sunday afternoon. A perfect day for baseball. And the Orioles and Angels getting together. Angels in first place in the AL West. They have a record of 69-45. And there's the view from the bullpen picnic area. A lot of fans mingling out there. Southwest Airlines starting lineups for the Angels today. And a change in their lineup. Sean Figgins will lead off. Meiser Estouras at second base. Abreu will bat third and right. Juan Rivera in left field bats cleanup. Kendry Morales at first base will bat fifth. Torrey Hunter off the disabled list. He's activated today. He missed 32 games because of a strained groin. He's back in there batting sixth. Ibar at short. Napoli will catch, and Howie Kendrick, the designated hitter.
And we talked about paralysis by overanalysis. Well, let's try the 3 R's. Relax, have a rhythm when you release the ball. Work on trying to work the throw over that front side, and then the key. You want to be happy on Sunday, pitch well, and then let them get you some offense.
You might confuse them, though, reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah, but in pitching, I'll go with my 3 R's today, and I would think that if he's able to do that, if he can relax and not try to overthrow, and he can get into a rhythm, something which will make him mechanically better, and then the Orioles can give him some offense, that's a pretty good formula to try to win.
7-12 on the years. You saw his numbers. 89 degrees on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and there is strike one to Sean Figgins, and we are underway. Figgins, a hot hitter at the moment. He's hitting 5 straight, and it seems regardless of how he's swinging at the moment, whenever the Angels play the Orioles, he has a big series.
Yeah, 339 hitter from this side of the plate. There's another strike inside corner.
One of the things about Guthrie this year, Jim, with his fastball, it's been very straight. How do you alter that? How do you get movement?
Relax. Because if you grip it too tight, we're going to show you the grips in a second. And again, if you're squeezing the ball, just like the bat. And I think, again, we talked about Chad Moeller, who's catching the veteran. Greg Zahn now down with the Rays. He's a catch and throw guy. So watch him. Watch where he moves, and let's see if Jeremy's able to locate somewhere in the proximity of the glove. Moving in, there's the target. See, he missed. So instead of, and I think that if we go back and look into his last pitching, and that was against Oakland, one of the best at bats when he almost hit Rajah Davis and then threw a slider lone away and got a great result.
2-2 pitch to Figgins is just inside ball 3. So from nothing at 2 to a full count on the Angels leadoff hitter.
So again, it's great to hold the glove on the inside corner, but if that's not your strength. And we've seen Figgins, he's 4 for 7 in this series. He is 339 against right-handed pitching.
And he pulls it into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Markakis back to the wall to get it. Figgins hustling to second. Bobbled momentarily by Markakis, and Figgins is in with a leadoff double. So nothing at 2 on the count. Figgins back in the at-bat and is in scoring position.
So again, you can, and we'll show you how he holds it. There's your conventional 4-seam fastball. He does throw the curveball. He throws a 2-seamer where he holds his fingers, and there's the slider. That's probably been the bugaboo pitch. And he does throw a changeup, which occasionally thrown too hard. So it really doesn't matter how you hold him. If you go 0-2 and then run the count to 3-2 to a guy that can steal bases and then have to throw a strike, you're playing into the hands of the hitter, and that's exactly what happened with Figgins. You got to give him credit because he still has to hit it.
So Figgins, a stolen base threat, 3rd in the league. He has 36. He has, however, been caught more than any other potential base stealer. He's been caught 13 times. And Meiser Estouras takes low ball 2. Here's Caesar's brother. He is 0 for his last 9. Switch hitter up there from the left side. There are 4 switch hitters in the Angels lineup today. Outside ball 3, and Chad Moeller now out to the mound for a chat with Jeremy Guthrie. Guthrie is allowing 10 base hits per 9 innings. So 1 more than a base hit per inning on the year. 7-12. And he has 4 of those 7 wins here at Camden Yards. He's behind 3-0 on Estouras. And it's low ball 4. So after a leadoff double, there's a walk. 2 on with none out.
Yeah, the only good news about that, it sets up the double play. But against this team, and we talk about the Angels are number 2 in offense on the road, and the amazing thing is they almost hit as well on the road as they do at home. 290 versus 288. The Orioles about maybe a 50-point difference. So again, this is a team that really doesn't matter. There's only two teams in the American League that have a winning record on the road, and one is the Yankees and one is the Angels. So they're 18-6 in their last 24 games, and they're averaging right around 7 runs a game. Amazing numbers.
Here's Bobby Abreu, and he takes a strike.
So again, we talked so much when you look at a lineup, how does a guy hit you? The last time Jeremy Guthrie pitched against the Angels, it was in Anaheim. Abreu hit a hanging changeup for a home run. Then the next time, that was 2-0. And then he came in with a couple of guys on, made a perfect 0-2 pitch up and in. Didn't get it way in, but got it on the corner, hit a 3-run home run to right center field.
0-1 is high fly ball to center field, not that deep. Adam Jones angling away from the sun. Figgins will tag. He's going towards third, and Jones alertly throws it back into second base to keep that double play in order. So there's the first out, first and third, and 1 down.
Take a look at the defense. Raimel, Jones, Markakis, the outfield. Wigington with Mora, who's been actually hitting the ball well. He'll take an afternoon off initially. Andino in for Asturias at short. Robertson, Huff, and then Chad Moeller behind the plate, as we've already documented. Yeah, Adam Jones didn't play that ball very well there. Ball caught it way off to his left. It almost looked like Figgins wasn't going to run. So again, plenty of time to get under it, actually have your momentum going to third base, and as we know, Adam has one of the best throwing arms in baseball.
So first and third, 1 down. Here's Juan Rivera. You saw Chad Moeller give the signals to the infield what he will do if Meiser Torres takes off from first base, and there's a foul ball back 0-1 on Juan Rivera.
Yeah, they are second to the Rays in stolen bases, and Asturias with 9 in 12 opportunities. Not that Figgins is going to steal home. I can't imagine that, but he's stolen bases 36 times, been caught 13. Double play still in order. Rivera, who's been red hot with the bat, doesn't run well if you can get him to hit a ground ball, one of your infielders.
0-1 on Rivera. Guthrie taking his time. Line drive. There's a base hit in the left field, and the Angels get the lead. Figgins will come in. RBI hit for Juan Rivera, who stays red hot, and the Angels jump on Guthrie for a run. The Angels did make a lineup change. Their original lineup had Vladimir Guerrero in, but here's Rivera in that cleanup spot, and he comes through.
Yeah, they don't get it way in. And again, this is a guy that hit 3 doubles on Friday night. His only out was a sizzling line drive. Got a base hit off of Madison, 3rd inning, when the Angels scored all their runs the last night. But again, it gives you an idea of whether Rivera was hitting 6th or 7th where he used to hit, or now because of the injury with Hunter now finally coming back after missing 33 games. Anywhere you put him in the lineup, he's red hot.
And here is the most proficient RBI man in the American League this month, Kendry Morales, and he takes a strike. Guerrero last night was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. The first batter that Clay Meredith faced was Guerrero, and Meredith hit Vladdy, and his leg tightened up behind the knee where he was hit. So he was in the original lineup and then was scratched. So Mike Scioscia moved Rivera into that cleanup spot, and he comes through. 0-1 to Morales off the plate, 1-1.
Yeah, look at those numbers. That is since the 16th of July. And again, this is a guy that you believed in. Bonus kid out of Cuba back in 2003 when he was 21 years old. Citizenship in the Dominican Republic. Eventually would come to the United States to get to the big leagues. And when you let Teixeira go, you better have somebody to play first base. You'd already traded Casey Kochman to get Teixeira last year. Kochman went to Atlanta, now with the Red Sox. So you needed somebody to come in. And to me, Jim, what I saw last night, even with a lead, they put him in the pinch hit, and they felt very comfortable with him playing defensively. And you cannot play for Mike Scioscia's ball club if you not only can't help the club defensively, along with your bat. And he made a fine play in the late innings last night.
Well, there are nights, and the Angels do lead the league in batting. They're 290 as a club, but they're only 9th in home runs. So if you're going to be that type of a club, not that they manufacture runs, but they have the ability to prolong innings. We saw what they did to Mattis last night. 5 runs in batting around in the 3rd inning, and every base hit in that inning was a single. They also were helped out by 3 walks, so patient at the plate.
Yeah, and one of the hits, the Rivera hit up the middle. Ibar was to the opposite field. The same with Quinlan.
And there's another base hit that went out over the plate. The runner will be held at third, Meiser Astúriz, as Markakis fires in. So 3 hits in the inning. The bases are loaded and still only 1 man down.
Yeah, I was talking this the other day as we take a look at some of the numbers right here. And again, the Angels #1, the Orioles, as far as what they do against right-handed pitching. But I talked to Adam Kennedy, the veteran who played for Oakland, the night after Guthrie pitched, and he said he pitched me well. He changed speeds, he made good pitches, stayed out of the middle of the plate. But the scouting report, and we've seen it here in the first inning, and it started with 0-2 to Figgins, eventually 3-2 in the middle of the plate. A ball down the middle to Rivera, ball down the middle to Morales. Sooner or later, the scouting report off to Jeremy Guthrie, good stuff, bad location. You're going to get a pitch to hit. And the Angels were proving that here in the first.
And here is Torrey Hunter back off the DL. And he swings through it on 1.
See, even that slider, it was a good one because he got on top of it, but it was in the middle of the plate. So again, good teams, they are looking for the balls in the middle of the plate. The plate is 17 inches wide. You can add a baseball on each side, so you have about 22 inches. You try to stay out of the middle.
Well, there you go. Same pitch, same result. And what I like about that call by Moeller, a veteran catcher, very likely read the swing of Torrey Hunter, saw the location of Guthrie, recognized the bat, read the bat, and called the same pitch.
Yeah, and he missed 32 games. So here's a guy that, you know, the groin problem. And I talked to Torrey. He said he didn't know how he hurt it, but he's been out almost a little over a month. And there he didn't execute. That's down and away. So Jeremy needs to make a pitch. He's got a guy that hasn't hit at this level for over a month. He's a terrific hitter. 8-time Gold Glove winner. Made the All-Star team this year. Couldn't play because of the injury. But you need to get him out here, or otherwise you're looking at a big inning.
Just inside, 2-2. So again, he gets ahead 0-2, and now back in the count. And already the pitch count is being elevated here. Of course, early in the game, but it's how many in an inning do you throw? And he's up to 23 already. The 2-2, swinging a high fly ball to left center field. That should be deep enough to get a run, and Adam Jones will take it. And he will throw to third base. Here's Meiser Astúriz to score. So there's a sac fly and an RBI and a 2-0 lead for the Angels.
Well, you made a good point. If you get ahead 0-2 and you're looking for a strikeout, there's your strike 1. Not a great pitch, but strike 2. Now all of a sudden lack of execution. Now you're back to 2-2. Bases are loaded. Another slider. Not a bad pitch. Hunter's looking to get something in the air. He does, and the Angels get their second run.
Northrop Grumman, the information systems powerhouse, bringing you the pitch tracks.
And you hope you can get out of the inning, and you hope that, again, 2 runs, that's your bad end. And then you take your chances. For Brian Mattis, it was a 5-run inning in the third.
Eric Ibar takes ball 1. Well, the Angels there adding to their league lead in sacrifice flies. To me, it's a very underrated statistic because you're getting a run in by making an out. Taking advantage of it, situational hitting. And Torrey Hunter gets that run in. That one's taken low by Eric Ibar, the 7th batter to come up in this first inning.
Well, this team is so good. They lead the American League with the ability to go from first to third. They've done it 90 times. That's number 1. Even Figgins tagging up on the medium fly ball and getting the third makes it harder for Jeremy.
Hard hit ball. There's a base hit in the right field. Heading around third, Juan Rivera. He's being set. Here's the throw. The tag. He is safe. Moeller missed the tag. Juan Rivera slides in. Hopefully umpire Dan Iasana felt that he eluded the tag, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, did he touch home plate? It throws off the line, Jim, and he has to actually go get it and then reach back. Take a look. See, the throw's a little bit. Now, did he tag the base? Nope. Yeah, maybe. Boy, I'll tell you what, that is very hard to tell. See, you can see Chad trying to reach back, and
I think he got it right. Look at that. That's about as little of the plate as you can touch to be safe, and Moeller did not get the tag on him.
Boy, he couldn't get the tag because the throw was just off a little bit. I think basically Dave Tremblay's coming out and saying, hey, did he really tag the plate? looked like he might have gotten with a fingernail. It's about the width.
Boy, how about the slide?
Yeah, well, it's a great slide. And again, anytime you have to reach back to your right. See, now Chad had to go up the line to get the ball, so he can't get back. And you know, Rivera, who does not run well, I mean, this is a very good slide, and he's able to stop himself enough because look, he's going to go by the plate, and then he slows down and reaches back with that left arm. So it is a terrific slide. And right there, he applauds himself. Little Jose Greco, flamenco dancer.
Well, give Dino Ebel, the third base coach, some credit there because he challenged Markakis and the bang-bang play, and the Angels get a third run and 2 more in scoring position. Here's Mike Napoli, the number 8 batter, swings through a slider 0-1.
So Napoli comes in with 15 hits in his last 31 at bats. Been red hot. Well, you know, you get Mathis, who caught last night. Jeff Mathis is a terrific catch and throw guy. He's gotten some clutch hits over the last 3 weeks. You know, he can call a good game. And then you get a power guy right here.
It's an interesting platoon, if you will, because they both bat right-handed. So I guess it's whatever Socia feels he needs that day. Do you need defense or do you need offense?
Or do you match up better? I think Mathis caught out when certain guys pitch in Anaheim, and that continues.
High pop-up wide of first. Huff shading his eyes from the sun, and he has it for the out. And the inning is finally over. But the Angels send 8 to the plate, send 3. Here come the Birds in the bottom of the first. Roberts, Adam Jones, and Nick Markakis with Aubrey Huff batting cleanup. Nolan Raimo back in left field today. Second highest batting average among rookies at .272. Luke Scott back in the lineup. He'll DH. Ty Wigginton at third. Chad Muller will catch. And Robert Andino at shortstop.
Take a look at our PNC scouting report on Sean O'Sullivan, another youngster, big guy, 21 years old. Luck of the Irish, 3-1 with a high ERA, at least over his last 2 games. Trouble with righties. Rick Dempsey talked about that in the opening. And then we saw him in Anaheim. He pitched against the Orioles, got a no decision in a game that eventually the Angels would win 11-4. They sent him back, and he had a no-hitter. Only 1 walk back on the 28th of July for Salt Lake, the AAA affiliate.
Brian Roberts takes a strike.
Always fun to, before you even toe the rubber, to have a 3-0 lead.
Absolutely. This seems to be something that follows O'Sullivan, because if you look at his record, as Jim pointed out, he's 3-1. This is his 8th start in the big leagues. He's been back and forth a couple of times to AAA Salt Lake, but all 3 of his wins have been in road starts. There's a ball hit towards the hole. Fielded down by Ibar. The long throw across. He got him! Oh, what a play by Ibar, robbing Roberts of a base hit and 1 down.
Yeah, you know, they shift Brian, and of course, you know, we're talking about a double machine, but it doesn't really get any better than this. Something on it, accuracy. Look where he is. He's in left field. 1-3, 5 steps into left field and lets it fly. And we're talking again, a ball away. You get a great jump out of the box, and he still throws them out. Just an amazing play.
Well, how about this? He was not in the lineup today.
Okay, there you go.
Vladimir Guerrero.
Luck of the Irish.
Luck of the Irish.
There you go.
Eric Ibar inserted.
We can predict it with our PNC's scouting report.
I mean, he wasn't in the lineup. He had an RBI single in the first, and now he robs Brian Roberts in the bottom of the first.
Of course, you know, I was adopted, so I don't know if I was Irish or not, but I always thought I was kind of the luck of the Irish every time I'd look at the lineup when I was pitching, and I'd see Brooks at third. And
Jones to deep short. Ibar plants the foot, fires, and he got him 2 down.
Not a good idea. You got to hit it somewhere else. The guy's 2 for 2. Yeah, you try somebody else. Yeah, this is routine. So both of the outs from the outfield grass.
Look at that arm. So Ibar back-to-back ground balls. And 2 quick outs for Sean O'Sullivan, the 21-year-old rookie, to face Nick Markakis here with 2 outs and the bases empty.
And if you don't think defense picks up your pitching.
Markakis pops it foul wide of third. Over is Figgins, and he runs out of room.
You just can ignore those 2 plays. You want Markakis coming up with somebody on, maybe 1 or 2 guys, especially Brian Roberts. I mean, that looked like a base hit.
Well, the Angels have not pitched as well this year as we have become accustomed to with this team that seems to contend year in and year out. They are 12th in the American League in team ERA, just 4.84. So that defense even more important behind pitchers that they've been working in and out to gain experience. Good cut. Markakis found it back.
Well, we were talking a little bit about it last night. Of course, when you lose Lackey early on, you lose Santana. Escobar had shoulder surgery. He has tried to come back, not once, I think, at the major league level, but he's trying to get his way back. You lose Scott Shields, who's probably one of the premier setup guys. You lose Frankie Rodriguez to the Mets, 3-year deal, and you had Fuentes, who we saw last night, done a terrific job with 33 saves. But early on, and then you have I met Nick Adenhart's dad in the locker room. You lose him, a tragic death early on. You start out 6 and 11. Things aren't going your way early, but they turned it around. 3
up, 3 down for O'Sullivan after they gave him a 3-0 lead. We'll head to the second at Camden Yards. From the Maryland Lottery. For every Oriole home run hit in the game today, you can have a chance to win. Just enter by logging on to MASNsports.com. As you peer in from center field there on this beautiful Sunday, here's Howie Kendrick leading off. He was the lone Angel not to bat in the first. This Guthrie had a 30-pitch first inning. Kendrick DHing in the number 9 spot. And there's a strike. Now, you were talking about when you play for the Angels, you better do it the way they want or you'll be replaced. And Kendrick is a good example of that. He was already established in the big leagues. Towards the middle, Roberts will backhand. And gets it to first and one down, and he was underachieving, so they sent him back to the minors for a refresher course. Well, the Yankees make their final visit to Oriole Park this season Monday, August 31st through Wednesday, September the 2nd. And great seats still available for each game, and they're going fast, as you would expect. Tuesday, September 1st is Ollie's Bargain Night, all presented by Ollie's Bargain Outlet. Upper reserve seats just $8. 888-848-BIRD or online, Orioles.com.
And the reason they could do that, I mean, this is a guy that came into the season, talk about Howie Kendricks, 360 minor league average, 306 lifetime in the big leagues, is because they have a deep bench, and they could put his tourists in there, and they could move Ibar, who are already seen outstanding shortstop. So, and Mickey Hatcher said it best. He said a lot of times with young hitters, and Howie Kendrick, as good as he was in the minor leagues, even in the big leagues, is young. You get confused. You know, we want you to be a little bit more patient. Well, how does that translate when you're facing the best pitchers in the world? So they send him back out. He gets his act together, and they bring him back, and he's hitting 360 in 25 games since then. But at the end of the day, you better have good coaches that can understand what the guy's got to do. You better sign good players. You better have to have players that, I mean, to Howie's credit, went back to the minor leagues, worked on it, and he's back in the big leagues. Has a chance to go to the postseason.
2-1 on the outer part of the plate. Looked like a generous call, but Guthrie will take it. 2-2. Figgins doubled and scored in the first inning.
And it wasn't the double, it's how they got to the 3-2 fastball. 0-2, missed with 3 pitches. Meatball in the middle of the plate, double down the right field line.
And he got him. So he came back to get Figgins. There's his first strikeout and 2 men out.
It's not about stuff. It's about location and getting ahead of hitters. There's a good curveball. He's got 4 pitches. Doesn't always use them. But at the end of the day, I don't care who you are, you better stay out of the middle of the plate. Does Roy Halladay pitch in the middle of the plate?
No.
Nope.
Swinging a high pop-up off the bat of Meister Estouras. Shallow center field. There's Andino taking charge, and he has it for the out. So a very efficient inning for Jeremy Guthrie. Angels go down 3 up and 3 down.
Major League history. They have combined this season for 82 doubles. They're on pace to hit 116, and if they reach that mark, they will tie a Major League record for the most doubles hit by a pair of teammates in a Major League season. Right now, that record was set and still held in 1926 by Cleveland Indians teammates George Burns and Tris Speaker. So a long-standing record there that Brian Roberts and Nick Markakis could soon break. Jim?
All right, Amber, thank you very much. And we all know Tris Speaker owned Jim Palmer. You just couldn't get him out.
And George Burns not only could he hit doubles, he's a funny guy. Lived till he was 100. I wonder if Gracie was a big baseball fan.
Your exploding high fastball couldn't get Tris Speaker out?
Apparently not. He had 54 doubles. Couldn't get Burns out either.
0-2 to Aubrey Huff.
Babe Ruth couldn't hit me. Garrett, yeah.
You own Garrett?
Tommy Henry, yes.
Oh, boy. It's very impressive. Huff, Reimold, and Scott against Sean O'Sullivan in the second. Out of El Cajon, California.
Number 3 draft choice.
He was rated coming into this season by Baseball America as the 5th best prospect in the Angels organization. And the projection was that he would spend the entire season in Double-A. And here he is in the big leagues. Huff pops it foul wide of third. That'll slice back in the crowd. Figgins over, but runs out of room. He has pitched in only 82 minor league games, including his time in the minors this year. And he has 37 minor league wins. This year he has 7 starts here in the big leagues, 15 in the minors. He actually started this year in Double-A at Arkansas in the Texas League. Huff a weak ground ball to second base, fielded by Meiser Astures. 1 away in the Orioles' second. Well, the latest edition of the Orioles official publication, Orioles Magazine, is on sale now at the ballpark. The issue features Matt Wieters, Brad Bergeson, 2009 first-round draft pick Matt Hobgood, the 1989 Why Not team, and inside information on all your favorite and future current and former Orioles. Pick up your copy on your next visit here to Camden Yards, and there's an interesting feature in there about the players and their pets. And it was a cooperation with the SPCA for helping animals and trying to find animals homes, and apparently the players are putting together a calendar with their favorite doggies, which I thought was nice. There's a pop-up to shallow center field. Out as Meiser Astures. Reimold's retired and 2 men out.
A little firewood for the winner right here. This kindling will get it going. There's your Expo. Yeah, right on the label. And I think that's the big difference. In the old days, you could hit balls. You'd have to hit them about 3, 4, 5 inches, which could be injurious to your thumbs, higher to break a bat. Now, I mean, that was right on the trademark.
Here's Luke Scott back in the lineup. He's been battling a bit of the flu bug. And he takes low 1-0. Luke has had a tough time since the All-Star break finding any kind of consistent stroke. There was a time he was above 300. Now he's at 267.
Yeah, those are the kind of bats you want right there. And there you go. Tomei. We're now with 570, I think, 3 home runs. Matsui, Scott, and a select company. He's trying to stay back. Use the whole field.
2-1 the count.
Every time he struggles, I tell him what Paul O'Neill told me about hitting lefties and hitting the ball left field. He said Don Mattingly told him there's gold out there. In other words, stay on the ball, and especially if you're as strong as Luke is.
Strike at the knees, 2-2.
See, and I think that's what we see the good hitting teams do. And hitters, when they're hitting well, they take that pitch because that's a pitcher's pitch. To O'Sullivan's credit, he made a great pitch. So I still have another strike to deal with.
And he straight down at the plate.
So they get back into the count. Now they go to the way that most teams try to get Luke Scott out. And they know he's such a good fastball hitter. Has the ability to hit just about any fastball to any part of the field. Pull it strong to left center field. Try to get him out with curveballs up and in.
High fly ball right field. That ball is a chance. Back it goes. It is off the wall and in play, just shy of getting out of here. Luke Scott is at second base with a 2-out double.
Well, there is how strong he is. All he does is drop the bat on the ball. It didn't have a great sound coming off the bat. Maybe got it on the end a little bit, but just right there, boom. Short swing. You can see that right elbow stay tucked into his side, and that gets the bat head and the path of the ball right exactly where you want it.
So Luke Scott gets a base hit, only his 3rd on this homestand.
So I had the Orioles, after going 11 for 22 with runners in scoring position, they went something like 1 for 10 last night.
Another opportunity here to at least get one back. Here's Wigginton with Luke Scott at second base. Ty getting a start at third base today. First time today, O'Sullivan from the stretch, and there's a strike. Wigginton 0 for his last 9. 0-1 on Wigginton. That pitch off the plate lets it go by. 1-1. O'Sullivan has averaged about 2 walks per 9 innings, 2.3. Strikes out about 5. Third-round draft pick in 2005, and it's only his 4th professional season, and here he is in the big leagues. He pitched well. They had a need, and he was given a chance.
Yeah, again, all those injuries to starters. Pretty good swing. Yeah, I have that same Baseball America, and they talked about he was actually one of the elite prep pitching sensations, and then just lost a lot of velocity. I mean, he's still around 92 to 94. Get a lot of guys out if you have a good changeup and a curveball. And then again, the A ball last year, as you mentioned, really didn't get to pitch much. Went 16-5, so at least he took advantage of being in pro ball.
1-2 on Wigginton. Check swing at a breaking ball. It's low. That's pretty amazing when you think about it. Now here's a guy on the mound today, Sean O'Sullivan. Last year, the entire season in the California League in A-ball. Brian Mattis, who pitched last night, signed so late last year after being drafted he couldn't even pitch because the season was about to end. So he starts this year in the Carolina League, dominates there, does better in Double-A, and he's in the big leagues.
And they're both high draft picks. Mattis in the first round, and O'Sullivan in the third round, and probably would have gone higher except for that senior year. Of course, he comes out of high school, and Brian gets to pitch at San Diego State, University of San Diego, actually.
And the Angels.
Tony Gwynn would have liked it.
Yes, he would have. How about him and Strasburg together? That would have been a 1-2 punch, righty-lefty combo. Well, Brian Mattis was drafted by the Angels out of high school, but he really wanted to go to school, and the Angels did not come up with a number to entice him to give up his scholarship, so he went to the University of San Diego, pitched there 3 years, and then came to the Orioles. The Orioles had scouted him as a high school player as well, and he was more than on their radar all 3 years at the University of San Diego. 2-2 on Wigginton with Scott at second base. Check swing, and it's low. Ball 3. So Luke Scott double to keep the inning going, and now Wigginton has worked the count. He was down 1-2, and it's a full count.
And I think you have to be somewhat careful here because, you know, Wigginton with one swing, and then you look on deck and you see Chad Moeller, again, a catch and throw guy, not having a lot of at-bats this year.
Here's the 3-2. He got him. Off-speed breaking pitch, and Wigginton swings through it. Second strikeout for O'Sullivan. Beautiful day at Camden Yards. 3-0 Angels.
More on the road. Jeremy Guthrie, they get to him early on for 3 runs and 3 base hits and a walk as they take advantage of some extra base hits. Nice slide by Juan Rivera around the tag of Chad Moeller, and then the good Guthrie. And when he's good, he's awfully good. And when he's bad this year, he's been worse than we'd like.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. And here is Bobby Abreu to lead off the Los Angeles third. Rivera and Morales will follow. Guthrie's retired 4 consecutive batters with that 3 up, 3 down second Jim just described. 30 pitches in the first, 9 in the second. So he's getting his average down to the 17th per inning that he's averaged on the year. Bobby Abreu 2 out of 9 in the series. Flied out to center field his first at bat. This ball's belted to center field. Back on it, Adam Jones. Way out there, it is gone. Out onto the sod farm in center field. Abreu goes deep on Guthrie again. Twice in the start on July 2nd in Anaheim, and a solo shot here in the third.
Change up, fastball in Anaheim, and a hanging curveball. And again, it's not a mystery. He's a tough enough guy to get out if you make good pitches. That's why he's a good hitter. But that's just a curveball. I mean, the massive pitch track doesn't lie. You can see right there about belt high out over the plate. And it looks like it skims right off the top of the wall and then kicks towards the ivy. So there you go, 4-0.
Northrop Grumman Information Systems is now hiring. Get online at meetngc.com/IS.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it. 28th home run that Jeremy's thrown. You think this ball is going to hit the top of the wall and come back, and then right off the top of the cushions. An inch or 2 lower, it'd been a double. How did you describe that? Smacked to center, belted to center. Boy, that ball was hit hard. It's all about leverage for hitters. You talk about why you like to pitch down in the strike zone, especially down and away. It's the farthest the hitter has to reach. It really just got low and away for a pitcher. Test your ability to stay back, get your arm out in front. Same thing with a hitter. You test your plate coverage, your balance. Usually you lose a lot of leverage. Doesn't mean you don't get hits. You just don't hit the ball as hard, which is really what pitchers are trying to get the hitter to do.
This one's bounced to short. Andino waits on the hop and gets it across, and 1 down in the third inning. On Sunday, August 30th, don't miss American Classics Day here at the ballpark, all presented by the Maryland Lottery. All fans of the game at 1:35 against the Indians can enjoy $1 hot dogs and $1 sodas. So gather up your family and friends in even more affordable day of Orioles baseball. 888-848-BIRD or online at Orioles.com.
Now that.
Like that, gentlemen. That's a good day for you.
Wait, dollar
hot dogs?
I'm flying in.
You'd be all over that, as much as you like hot dogs.
Yeah, I'm not working that weekend.
There you go. Come on in. I'll leave you tickets.
Thank you.
Kendry Morales up. High fly ball to left. Reimold is there. And 2 men down. Jim mentioned the home run by Abreu, the 28th this year. Guthrie, in his career, has now allowed 80 home runs. And there's a bit of a myth about Guthrie is hurt by Camden Yards, but the reality is that is not the case. Of the 80 home runs, he's allowed 41 here and 39 in his road start. So it's almost exactly down the middle.
He's actually, the record's better at home this year, and the ERA is much lower at 4.84, even though it's going up a little bit this afternoon, than on the road where it's over 6 runs a game. Three wins, 6 losses. Torrey Hunter kind of like coming back. Came in with a situation where, and there's your perfect low and away fastball. Look how far you have to go to hit that ball, but he hit the fly ball with the runner at third and less than 2 outs, got an RBI, and his first at bat after missing 32 games.
High fly ball to left. He got under it. Reimold goes back, now comes in. And he'll put it away. And that ends the inning. So the home run gives the Angels another run. Moeller, Andino, and Roberts are coming up for the Orioles in the third. leading the way. Now there's my kind of lunch right there, Jim Palmer. You got your sausage, you got your burgers, maybe cheeseburgers. They might be Italian sausage.
Where do you see the cheese?
No, it's on the side.
No.
But I would add it.
Yes, yes.
You know how I prefer it. Here's Chad Muller leading off. By the way, you should have come to the house on the day off. Big Ziti was outstanding.
Really? Well, an invitation wouldn't have hurt.
Oh, I did forget that. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
See, the deal is, on a day off, I give Bonnie the day off, so I cook.
Really?
And I made baked ziti.
Any good?
It may have been the best I ever made.
Well,
if I have to brag.
Might be the best you made. It's like, yeah, I gave up 7 runs, the best I ever pitched, but it's not good enough, Jim. Was it good?
That was outstanding. And what I meant by the day off with Bonnie is she doesn't have to cook.
I understand.
She has to cook for the family every day. I'm getting deeper into trouble, aren't I?
Boy, your cinnamon pie.
My cinnamon pie, which apparently does exist, I'm told today. See, I was on the right track there because I said apple pie first, and the thought process was
America.
Cinnamon goes with apples, and I just said cinnamon pie, which I thought did not exist, but apparently it does. So we're going to get to the bottom of this. 3-1 on Muller. Hard hit ball to third, glove by Figgins. Plenty of time to get Muller 1 down.
Well, I tell you, I got to think that Sean O'Sullivan, and even though the Orioles, they'd gone their last error by an infielder was back on the 18th of July. But you got to feel pretty comfortable pitching to contact with this defense. We already seen Ibar take a base hit away by Brian Roberts on the first play of the game, and right there, that ball's a seed, and Figgins picks it like it's pretty routine. Even though he does have 12 errors, there must be some throwing errors involved there.
Well, Dino takes a strike.
So if they ever get football back in Anaheim, I think Sean O'Sullivan can start at middle linebacker. He is a big guy.
6'2", 230 they list him as.
He looks a lot like his catcher. Maybe a little bit taller.
And Dino fouls it off.
Low. But take a look, and again, part of being successful, can you repeat your delivery? Pretty simple. Just break over the knees. Great extension right there, and does throw that ball down and away.
There's allowed only 1 hit so far. Hanging breaking ball drilled to center field. Torrey Hunter, a long way to run. That one's going to get all the way to the wall. And Dino, thinking about 3, now pulls up with a 1-out double.
Yeah, he came out of the box, Jim, exactly the way you're supposed to, especially with 1 out. You want to get to third base, except that Torrey Hunter, who's won 8 consecutive Gold Gloves. I mean, there's your hanging curveball that you described. And they're playing him around, so obviously not the pitch. There you go, hanger. There we go. Think 3, and he does. But again, Hunter gets to it quickly, plays the Karen perfectly, and then just heaves it in.
Well, the Orioles' second hit. Both hits are doubles, Scott and Andino. And here's Brian Roberts' chance to get the Orioles on the board. Brian leading the American League in doubles. He has 6 doubles during his current 5-game hitting streak. 6 of the 10 hits during the streak, 2 base hits. And Roberts fouls it back. Well, with the splits, had a left-handed batters hit you, had a right-handed batters hit you. Right-handed batters own O'Sullivan, which is interesting since he's a right-handed pitcher. So why is that?
And I asked Mike Butcher, the pitching coach for the Angels, and he said he doesn't have a great breaking ball. And we just saw Andino hung it. You know, eventually maybe one of these youngsters, again, only 21, that will come up with a slider. That'll give him another pitch, because his fastball runs left to right. The 2-seamer runs into righties and away from lefties. That's what Brian Roberts started the game with. Ibar made the great play in the hole. Poked it into left field, and Manny Ibar made as good a play as you can see as a shortstop.
Nothing in 2 on Roberts. Robbed by Eric Ibar leading off in the first. And Dino, good speed at second base. And that one's fouled back.
Well, you got the 2 best teams with runners in scoring position in the American League. You got the Angels at 309, the Orioles at 293. Bryan well over 300. The difference, of course, is that it seems like everybody, not only do they hit well with runners in scoring position for the Angels, but they also hit over 300 as a team. The other night on Friday, they had one guy not 300, and he was at what, 297, something like that. 8 guys over 300 on their roster.
Bryan turns on that and pulls it deep and foul off the facade of the upper deck.
Well, that tells you how well he's swinging. 6 doubles in his last 4 games. The only way you can hit that ball is to be short to it, because it was a good 0-2 pitch up and in. Boy, and that's a big difference. I think if anybody remembers Brian Roberts when he came up, that front shoulder kind of chicken wing late to the ball. Boy, has he made a great change with the help of Terry Crowley, the hitting instructor. Swing is so much more solid now.
0-2 is taken outside. Bryan has 38 hits since the All-Star break. Orioles have played 28 games since the break. This their 29th, and he already has 38 base hits. 1-2 with Andino at second, and 1 down. Orioles trying to get on the board against O'Sullivan. High fly ball, deep right field. Back it goes. It is gone. There's a 2-run home run for Roberts, and the Orioles cut the lead in half.
Ninth home run from this side of the plate, middleitis. And then ball launched. Brady just took a couple of steps and watched it sail into the bleachers.
So Bryan, who had 9 home runs last year, connects on number 10. And the Orioles are back in it. It's a 4-2 game. Still only 1 down. Here's Adam Jones.
It's only fitting on the night that he has his charitable event called Brian's Bash. He bashes one. Wouldn't you think?
Absolutely. And with a man on, the Orioles able to get 2 runs on 1 swing.
Well, I'm rooting for an inside the Parker for Adam Jones so he can stop swinging so hard, trying to get number 20. Of course, you know me. I told him that. I said, you don't usually hit a lot of home runs trying to. And he said, well, I did hit one off Andy Sonestan. I said, so 1 out of 19. Yeah, he loves to hit in the daytime. I mean, he's having a terrific year. It looks right now he's trying to get to that 20 home run plateau in a hurry. It's already there. It's going to happen.
Well, Jones has 19 and Luke Scott has 19. They're tied for the team lead. Jones has hit 7 since the break. Luke Scott has just 1. Luke had 18 at the break. Adam had 12. And now they're tied for the team lead at 19. Brandon Waring, who is at Frederick, leads the organization in home runs. He has 21. That was a real solid pickup by Andy McFall in the offseason. He was one of the 3 players that the Orioles got from Cincinnati for Ramon Hernandez. And he is a home run hitter legit. It's his 3rd consecutive 20 home run season in the minors.
And then they picked up the young left-handed hitter that's now at AAA for John Hughes. Ryan, I don't know what the Ryan stands for. Rhino, maybe? That's a nickname.
He has 22 combined between his AA and AAA with Tampa.
So Mr. Waring better
He's an intriguing
bring it up
player.
a notch. He's trailing by 1.
He's out of Wofford University in South Carolina. Not exactly a
Wofford?
Wofford.
How do you spell that?
Wofford. I did a basketball game there this offseason for Masson that Stephen Curry played in. Davidson at Wofford. They're in the Southern Conference. So you got to hang out with me a little bit. You learn things.
South Carolina, nice golf courses. One reason to go down there.
Well, but the point is, it's, you know, usually you go down there, you're in the ACC territory. You go to North Carolina, or Clemson, as Jones strikes out for the second out.
Well, you want to find out about a young pitcher. You give him a 4-0 lead. Brian Roberts, as you mentioned, halves it. What's he do to the next batter? Made some good pitches. I think that's so. It's you go back and look at films. You sit on the bench. You watch games, and if you make good pitches, you have a chance. And if you don't, you're going to get hit hard. I don't care who you are. I care young or old, rookie or a veteran, limited service, whatever the deal is. You can stay out of the middle of the plate and be a little bit somewhat unpredictable. Use all your pitches, but doing them at the appropriate time. React to the way the hitter reacts to you. You got a chance.
Markakis takes strike one. You know, the thing that's curious to me, you were talking before about the most difficult pitch for a hitter to reach, which is the down and away pitch. When B.J. Surhoff was with the Orioles, he used to tell the Orioles pitchers that day in and day out. And you would think, as Markakis hits the first, love by Morales, that sooner or later a pitcher would respect the hitter's opinion. Brian Roberts gets into one. He hits it out his 10th home run, and the Orioles back in it. It's 4-2. Plaques on the walkway there, all the home runs that have reached Utah Street. Each player gets a baseball-sized plaque. Pretty interesting to see when you walk out there just how far away from home plate that actually is. And here's Eric Ibar taking ball one. Napoli and Hendrick will follow. So Guthrie's back in the game. He has the lower third of the lineup here against the Angels in the fourth inning. Hard hit ball, base hit. Heading towards the right field corner. Markakis hustling over. Ibar's trying for two. Here comes the throw, and safe is Ibar with a feet-first slide.
Well, there's your speed. Not only does he get a good pitch to hit, he knows the play is in front of him. He's running down the first baseline. He knows he's got a guy with 12 assists. Maybe he doesn't know that, but he knows he throws well. And then what he's going to do is just outrun the ball. So Nick does everything right. Pretty accurate throw, but speed. This is what the Angels do so well. Makes it look routine, doesn't it? And again, the bottom of the lineup.
Ibar, who was not in the original lineup, is now 2 for 2 with an RBI, and he's at second base with none down. Mike Napoli now takes a breaking ball outside.
Yeah, the number 8 hitters this year are hitting .364 off of Jeremy Guthrie. Now, it is the doesn't pitch all his games against the American League, but in the American League it is arena baseball, so it's not like the National League where might have a light hitting shortstop.
Ball two.
And this is not a light hitting shortstop.
Nope.
This is a home run hitter.
He is 15 for his last 32.
And hitting .333 coming into this game on the road. Of course, again, the Angels, it doesn't matter where they hit. That's why they play so well.
Swings through the fastball, 2-1.
Yeah, you move that ball about 6 inches inside, and you're into the home run zone. You don't see a whole lot of check swings from Mike Napoli. Not a lot of tentative swings.
36 extra base hits, 16 home runs. 2-1 the count. Swings through it again, 2-2. Now, I want you to explain to me from your pitcher's perspective why what B.J. Surhoff said about down and away, why that's such an effective pitch for a pitcher.
Well, it's the hardest pitch to reach. You have to have great balance. You have to be able to cover the outside corner. It's out of the sweet spot of your bat unless you make the perfect swing. And I was there when BJ was talking to Rick Bauer. We were having a beverage of choice after a game in Texas, probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And BJ said, you know, you'd be a pretty accomplished major league pitcher to Rick if you could throw the ball down and away. And he gave him a yeah, but.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but. Well, there is no yeah, but.
BJ always felt that as a hitter, and then when he was traded to Atlanta, he saw Maddox and Smoltz and Glavine in their prime exploit that part of the plate.
They asked Tom Glavine when he had Smoltz and you had Steve Avery and Kent Merker. You had really had a great starting staff. They said, why are you guys good year in and year out? He said, because we can throw the low and away strike.
High pop-up back of the plate. Moeller's there hoping for a play, and he makes the catch. A basket catch just in front of the screen.
Yeah, very nice play by Chad Moeller. It's a break for Jeremy Guthrie because he makes a good pitch. He gets it in on his fist right here. Nice. Dan Iasonia right here, the umpire. Look at him get back there and make sure he doesn't trap it against the net. And catches his balance with the net. So very nice. The runner doesn't advance. That's what they were trying to do. Add another run or two.
Throw back, and back to the bag is AT BAL.
Jim Codd, who, 16 straight gold gloves, enough wins to get himself in pitch 25 years, Hall of Fame numbers, said he was in a pitcher's meeting with Kurt Simmons, and Robin Roberts, and a lot of when Gene Mauch was, they said that every time they get to a hitter, Kurt Simmons, who was a veteran left-hand pitcher, would say, hey, pitch him at the knees. And finally, one of the young pitchers said, that's all I ever hear. And he said, well, if God wanted hitters to be low ball hitters, he would have dropped their arms about a foot or two so they could reach that pitch a little bit easier. It's just a difficult pitch to hit, not down and in. You can just drop the bat head away right there. Howie Kendricks is a terrific high ball hitter, up and out over the plate. Hit a couple of curveballs last night for base hits.
All right, so to take your point then one step further, if the baseball world recognizes that, why are pitchers reluctant to adopt the philosophy?
Well, I don't think that. I just don't think they work on it hard enough.
High fly ball to right, playable for Markakis. Ibar will tag the draw throw. He is going towards third. Here's the throw from Markakis. He is safe. So he advances 90 feet on the fly ball out. He's now at third with 2 down.
Tell you what, every time you watch Adam Jones and Nick Markakis, it's almost like a tryout. Okay, I'm going to show you I can throw.
Catch me if you can.
But again, if you have great speed, it's a perfect throw. Now, see, that's what Adam Jones doesn't do a lot of, which is to run up on it. You could see he doesn't catch it with 2 hands, but close to it. I mean, Dave Winfield, talking to him last year at the All-Star game up in New York, he said the reason you catch the ball with 2 hands is because the throwing arm is actually with a glove. If you catch it off to the side like Adam does a lot, then you have to transfer the ball. It takes time, and that's sometimes the difference between being safe and out. Just the little things. Right here, Adam's making sure he can see. Very bright day here in Baltimore.
Sean Figgins takes ball 1. He's 1 out of 2 on the day. Hard hit ball down the line. That is a fair ball, and the Angels get another run. Ibar comes in. Figgins heads to second base with a 2-out RBI double. So after Roberts' home run got Guthrie back in it, the Angels pick up 1 off Jeremy.
And how do they do it? A couple of doubles. Figgins struck out the last time after doubling the first time. See him right there, gets a breaking ball. Just kind of hangs. It's not low and away. If you went back and looked at all the hits today, I mean all of them. All of them would be in the middle of the plate. No mystery. I mean, it's very difficult to do, and we're seeing this because Jeremy Guthrie's got pretty good natural ability, but it's about executing the pitches. And when he does that, he gets them out. When he doesn't, against a good hitting club, in fact, the second best in the American League, they hit the ball hard. And that's what's happened. Not like you don't have the answers.
Meiser Estouras swings through that pitch, 0-2. Walked and scored in the first, popped up to shortstop in the second. Cesar Estouras' brother playing second base for the Angels today as Cesar gets Sunday off. Well, Sean Figgins, 3 or more hits in a game this season, 16. He already has 2 here today. Trying to catch Joe Mauer. Jose Lopez and Hanley Ramirez each have 17. Figgins now with 42 multi-hit games on the year. 1-2 is hit to left field. There's another base hit. Figgins coming to the plate. He will score easily. And the Angels get the 2 back. Back-to-back RBI hits with 2 men down. And Meiser Estouras down on the count 1-2. Slaps it into left field for an RBI single.
Well, in talking about location, let's take a look at where that ball is. And here's your pitch track. Look where it is. It's up. Drop that ball about 18 inches lower. Probably would have swung at it because of the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes, but he elevates. Estouras elevates. And again, with 2 outs, Figgins has great speed. He easily scores to make it 6-2.
So the leadoff double got Ibar in the scoring position, and then after 2 down, Figgins an RBI double, Meiser Estouras an RBI single. And there's Brian Bass now getting loose in the Oriole bullpen. So the Angels get the 2 runs right back following Roberts' home run in the bottom of the 3rd. And there's a strike on the inner part of the plate to Abreu.
Well, the only active player with a 300 lifetime average, 400 or better, 40% of the time he gets on, 200 home runs, 250 stolen bases. It's a nice little package for a 35-year-old guy that had trouble getting a job this year.
0-1 on Bobby Abreu, who homered his last at bat. Guthrie came sidearm that time and missed outside.
Yeah, just think if they hadn't gotten Abreu. You talked about how the pitching, because of all the injuries, usually it's 3rd or 4th in the league. Starters are 12th. And bullpen has struggled, even though it's the back end has kind of settled down. Boy, what an impact this guy has had. Hitting.
Runner goes, pitch is swung on, hit to left field. Raimel came in, now backs up, and he has it for the out. And the inning ends. But the Angels get 2 runs on 3 hits, middle of the 4th, 6-2 Los Angeles.
members receive tickets to 10 games, a Dugout Club hat, membership card, a free kids meal from Chick-fil-A, and an Orioles lunchbox, now for just $12. Plus, family and friends can purchase tickets for each game for just $6. There are plenty of dates left in August and September for Dugout Club members, so go to Orioles.com or call 888-848-BIRD for more information. Jim?
All right, Amber, and there was the Chick-fil-A cow mascot mugging for the camera. As Aubrey Huff, it's a high foul down the right side. That is a great club for the kids. They get to go to games during the year with their families and sit together up there. A little loud up there in left field today, which we like. We encourage that.
We like to throw some. Well, you can't throw them all the way up there, but you need some more souvenirs when the Orioles are hitting. Aubrey Huff would like to do that. 32 souvenirs last year, most he'd hit since 2003. There's another changeup.
Swept to first base. Right there's Morales, one down.
So every time Sean O'Sullivan gets the Orioles back in the game, the Angels add some more runs to make it even. He gives up the 2-run home run to Roberts, and he comes right back. Now he should be using all his pitches anyway, and makes you a lot more relaxed. What did Brian Mattis say after the 5-run inning yesterday in the third? He said, "Boy, he said," and he told me this. He said, I got a little scared. Again, third major league start, and then all of a sudden I felt real calm. Boy, it's hard to do sometimes. Especially when you're struggling.
On O's Extra last night on the post game, Brian was talking about his changeup in particular, and he said he changed the way he threw it because he was consciously trying to throw it for a strike instead of throwing it naturally and just letting it move.
And these are the learning processes. I mean, if you look back, and I struggled when I first came up, had no clue. I was 19 years old. But if you were talking about Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz, they're all going to the Hall of Fame. Glavine was 7-17 his first year, and the team wasn't very good in Atlanta. Maddox came over from the Cubs. He was 6-16 until he learned to change up. And Smoltz was 2-9. And they ended up having Hall of Fame years and careers. Smoltz is probably not over. I wouldn't be surprised if you'll see John Smoltz pitching in the National League before the year's over. Maybe Texas.
Or the Dodgers, maybe.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers, their lead has gone down to 4 games. It's the Dodgers lead is the closest it's been since May 13th. Or actually, I guess it's 4.5 games with 4 in the loss column. That's what I look at this point in the season.
Oh, Reimold is robbed by Figgins. You can't hit a ball harder than that. 2 men down.
Yep, and the fast feet. I'll tell you what, and it's off to the side, and it's still a tough play. Well, there's your shortstop, Ibar, who's played well, and who will be a free agent, along with John Lackey, who pitched last night, along with Guerrero, along with Abreu.
I think Abreu might have an easier time finding a job this offseason than he did last offseason.
Well, he had a good year for the Yankees last year. Hit over 20 home runs, stole some bases, 100 RBIs, 296. Just wanted a 3-year deal.
Luke Scott in his first at-bat, Jim, got into one, nearly hit it out and doubled, so maybe he's beginning to find that stroke.
Well, I think for him is number one, and everybody talks about it. It's hard to do when you're struggling, get a good pitch to hit, and then hit it. That's exactly what he did. And right there, a little bit extra. And again, just a little out of the strike zone.
The double was just his 5th extra base hit since the All-Star break and just his 12th hit overall. It's kind of amazing. I mean, obviously there are streaky hitters in baseball, and he certainly is one of those. But you would think that a hitter who has that much ability when he's swinging well could somehow figure out a way to be a little more consistent. There's a high fly ball to center field. That ball's going to go into the bleachers for a home run. A double and a homer. Maybe Luke Scott is back.
Well, that's what we were talking about right there. I mean, the first time he got a good pitch to hit, made a great swing down and in. 3-1 hitters count. You can talk about it all you want. Number 20 on the year. So now the lead back to 3, and he is so strong, and he loves hitting the fastball. Now, did he overswing? Foot down, extension. And if you don't have strength, it's a fly ball to center. If you're strong, it just sails out of here. See, that's the plus. He doesn't have to. All he has to do is get a good pitch to hit and make a good swing to it, and the ball's going to jump off his bat. You don't see too many balls that come off the bat better than when Luke Scott hits them.
So he has taken back the team home run lead. One more than Adam Jones as Wigginton fouls it off. So that play by Figgins now even better and bigger for the Angels because it's a solo home run.
Well, just think about the process. You think when you're hot you can hit everything, and everybody's aware that you're hot because the way the scouting is now, it's not like I think I can get a guy out with this. They can show you every at bat, show you the sequence of pitches and so on, whatever. So you think you can hit everything. They're not going to throw you the same pitches because they know you've been hitting them.
Check swing.
So all of a sudden you start getting, it's not that they get you out as much as sometimes you get yourself out because you expand. That strike zone that could be this when you're hitting well, the size of an 8x10 goes to being 3 or 4 times bigger. Yeah, Mike Scioscia.
I don't think he agreed on the check swing.
And you know what? He knows. He's been around the game long enough as a catcher, a player, and as a manager that 6-3 is no safe lead, especially unless they get to the late parts of their bullpen.
Ball 3 inside. So all 3 Oriole runs on home runs. Roberts, a 2-run home run in the 3rd, and Luke Scott here in the 4th with a solo.
You know, he struck him out on a 3-2 changeup the last time.
Ground ball hit towards the hole. Ibar has it. The off balance throw, not in time. Wigginton is on with a 2-out single. Look at what Eric Ibar can cover some ground.
Yeah, he figured, you know, I'm making all the other plays. I might as well make this one. And right there, you can see, long way to go. Little one hopper to Morales. So Chad Moeller will step to the plate, who ripped the ball. As we look at fielding percentages, Scudero, what a marvelous year he's had. Jeter worked very hard on his defense. Ibar, Betancourt now with Kansas City, started out the year at Seattle.
Scudero's a free agent. He picked a good year to have his career year. Chad Moeller takes ball 1. Getting his 2nd start since coming back.
Well, they got rid of what, about $58 million with Alex Rios going to the White Sox. And they can afford him.
Ball 2 high.
You got to think he likes playing there. And here comes Mike Butcher to talk to his young pitcher again. Sean O'Sullivan.
No, it's the manager.
Oh yeah, it's Soj. Well, this is going to be a one-sided conversation,
absolutely.
Don't you think?
Young man, we gave you a 6-2 lead. You had 2 outs and nobody on. What are you doing?
Well, he would have done that when he was catching. And of course, Scioscia, part of the fact he played, we were talking on Friday. I mean, he was a teammate of Rick Dempsey. He said Demper actually played really well for him.
Yeah, Demper
not
was
that
the
anybody
backup.
ever saying that he didn't play well, but that had a real good year. 88. Scioscia had a big home run in the extra innings in the playoffs, and then the Dodgers would win against the Angels, or excuse me, the A's. That was, of course, the Kurt Gibson home run off of Dennis Eckersley.
A 2-1 to count on Moeller. Line towards the gap in left center field. That's a base hit. That's going to get down and go all the way to the wall. Wigginton being sent by Juan Samuel. Ibar has the ball. No relay to the plate. It's an RBI double by Moeller, and once again, it's a 2-run game.
And the bullpen is scrambling as Wigginton scrambles around the bases. Chad Moeller hit a P that Figgins hit the first time, robbed him of a base hit. Right here, finds the gap. Once again, Torrey Hunter's going to get to it quickly, but for a big guy, Wigginton can roll. You could see that secondary lead, so he's off, and almost looks like Usain Bolt looking over his shoulder right here as he comes to the finish line. There he is, run number 4.
So the Orioles have answered all this after 2 outs and nobody on, and maybe that line drive by Reimold changed the inning, because the Orioles have had very good swings since the Reimold line drive. Scott hit it out, Wigginton the infield hit, and Moeller the double. Runners in scoring position. Orioles are 3rd in the league. This against the Angels. And there's a strike to Andino, an off-speed pitch,
which is what he doubled up the gap on the first time. Got a hanging curveball. Probably just looking fastball over the plate, and O'Sullivan got away with a high breaking ball.
So Moeller picks up just his 3rd RBI on the year. And you know, Mike Scioscia, that's got to steam him even more, because you have the number 8 batter up. He's the backup catcher. Plays maybe twice a week. He's batting about 200. And he doubles to the gap to drive in a run.
That's baseball. Anytime you think you can just get a guy out, not going to happen.
And Dino laid off that slow breaking ball that was too high.
Well, we have seen when both Guthrie and O'Sullivan pitch well, the balls are down. And now all of a sudden, series of balls in the middle of the plate for both Guthrie and O'Sullivan, and the hitters are having a heyday.
Dan Iasana, the home plate umpire, has had a pretty good day so far. Very consistent.
Yeah, he really has. 3 big strike zone. And that's kind of unusual. 10 runs already, and not even through the 4th inning.
Overthrew that one, ball 3.
So you got a youngster on the ropes.
And
a youngster at home plate.
If Andino gets on, you turn the lineup over.
Well, still nobody yet. They want to go out. Here it goes. Finally somebody going to start to get loosened. And Matt Palmer, who's had a terrific year. We saw him on Friday night, 9-1. He'll get, tells you that Scioscia going to bring in one of his better middlemen. He's also started and pitched all kinds of assorted ways for the Angels. And there he is, ball 4.
That was a very patient at bat by Robert Andino. He doubled his last at bat. There might be a tendency to be anxious to get that runner in from second base. Very patient, took the walk.
And another way of looking at it is the guy wasn't even close. I mean, he throws strike 1. I mean, that's the last thing you wanted to do. No disrespect to Robert. It's just, again, you pencil guys in the lineup. You go, Brian Roberts has got 44 doubles. Well, I better get Andino out because Roberts is next. Well, he just didn't. So let's see what can happen. Look at those numbers on this homestand.
So 2 on with 2 down. And Brian takes it inside, and now all of a sudden O'Sullivan has lost the strike zone, and he's not getting those close pitches he was early on.
See, that ball probably an inch and a half off the inside corner, and Sana, the home plate umpire, made a nice call on it. Could have called it a strike, didn't.
Hard hit ball right at the second baseman. There's Meiser as Torres. He'll get Roberts, and the inning is over. But the Orioles get 2 back and pull back within 2. Luke Scott's 20th home run on the year got the Birds going. Adam Jones fans in the new fan club section Sunday, August 30th, then again Saturday, September 5th. For $21, you get the reserved Utah Street bleacher seat plus an exclusive I Live at 2110 Utah Street t-shirt. For your tickets, 888-848-BIRD or online at Orioles.com. Last night was a 2110 Utah Street night here, and Rick Dempsey and I had a chance to meet the folks from First Fidelity Mortgage, and they enjoyed a nice night here at the ballpark. And Guthrie gets ahead of Juan Rivera, 0-1.
What a life you guys have. You know, you do a little pregame, do a little postgame, snack, talk, meet in between.
Meet and greet.
3 hours here.
So
and then preparation.
Okay,
you guys do a great
you.
job. I don't want to leave that out because. Yeah, I'm amazed. You guys are. I mean, really. Because I watch a lot of baseball. Since I don't have to work every night.
It's a good deal.
Well, yeah, it is. But, you know, watch a lot of games. You guys are the best.
Well, thank you.
Pre-game and post-game. Even be better if the Orioles would start winning games. Everybody would be.
Even you.
That's it. Oh, we all be better. As good as we are.
I just follow your lead. Rivera takes a close pitch for ball one.
Well, I'll tell you, how about a shutdown inning? The Angels 66 times this year, 10 runs, 10 hits or more, and then 19 out of the last 24 games. Gives you an idea. They can wallop the pelota.
A little bit low. Guthrie has struck out just one batter. He's walked only one, and the one walk has scored. He's had only 1 3-up, 3-down inning. That was in the second. Rivera, Morales, and Torrey Hunter here in the 5th. Foul back.
See, that is your starting point. If you could throw, and that's what you, and Mike Flanagan used to, when he was pitching coach here, said he had a youngster, and they said, okay, let's practice low and away. We'll go back to that theme. And threw the first pitch about 3-4 inches off the outside corner. The next one he opened up, it dove inside. He hit the outside corner of the third one. He said, okay, other side of the plate. 1 out of 3 doesn't do it. Not at this level, not with these guys coming up to the plate with a bat and trying to do your harm. So it's a matter of working, and then that's your starting point. Doesn't always go there, but if your muscle memory, I mean, we're major league players. You're a pitcher. If you work on it often enough, you can do it.
That ball swept foul. Here's another batter that was down 1-2 that is back in the count as Rivera, by fouling off a couple of pitches, has worked it back full at 3-2. Guthrie has allowed 6 runs on 8 hits. Bounce to short, hit sharply, Andino's there.
And where was that pitch? Perfect pitch, 94, outside corner, low and away, had to reach for it. And this is Jeremy Guthrie the first half of last year. Look at that ball, right on the corner. Not much you can do with that. So when he gets back to that, and that's your frame of reference, you make the hitter adjust to that pitch. If he hits that pitch, then boy, you can get him out in. The league average is 185. That's what happens when people hit with 2 strikes. And what do you have to do with 2 strikes? You have to cover all portions of the plate. Hard, soft, in, out, up, down. So if you can throw low and away, you watch the hitter. You watch his approach to the outside corner. You've seen films. You've seen, because we watch the highlight films. That don't tell you what the count was, who's throwing, what kind of movement.
High fly ball center field. Easy play for Adam Jones. 2 down in the 5th inning. But, you know, the video system that the Orioles have is fabulous. And you can break down basically anything that you want to look at. Terry Crowley was looking the other day at Aubrey Huff last year versus this year, just looking at his swing, and he had it side by side. I mean, it's absolutely fabulous. And when the pitchers go in and do your work, you know, I'm just curious, those pitches that you're just describing, if you see the success, wouldn't you want to emulate yourself? I mean, if that's the pitch you've got to big out, wouldn't you want to do that more often?
Well, of course.
The pro looks for things with his hitters to do that.
Well, I was talking to Brad Arnsberg when Toronto was in, their pitching coach. And we just showed you Terry Crowley. There's a great changeup. See, we're seeing quality pitches. This is Jeremy Guthrie that we used to know and love. We still love him. Just would love him if he would make more of these pitches, because he'd be happier. The team would be pitching better and then win more games. But what Brad Arnsberg said was, it's very difficult as a pitcher. You can't practice as much as a hitter. Think about a hitter. He comes out to the ballpark. He does his work underneath the cage. off the tee, soft tosses. He can hit off the machine. He can come out here and take batting practice. You can only throw so many pitches. So they have to be, as Cal Sr. used to say, perfect changeup, perfect practice. And it's hard to get young pitchers to do that all the time.
And there's your shutdown inning. 3 up, 3 down, middle of the 5th. 6-4 Angels. The walk, and then later on tonight at ESPN Zone, it is the 4th annual Bryant's Baseball Bash to benefit the University of Maryland Hospital for Children. So if you have time today, get on over to Patterson Park or go over to the Baseball Bash or do both. Both events are sure to be a lot of fun, and you'll be helping a lot of needy children in the area. There are the information. Bryant's Bash at the ESPN Zone for the University of Maryland Hospital for Children, and 5K run and 1 mile run, and there are the websites if you'd like to make a donation. ummsfoundation.org or rightside.foundation.org, and we applaud both Brian and Nick for their community involvement here in Baltimore.
Yeah, 2 terrific players that if you're going to live in a community, you have become a major part of it. So it's great to see that. Looks like be shooting baskets tonight. Got to work on that already. Adam Jones tries to get the Orioles closer.
I'll tell you what, usually I'm busy running around working at that event, but if you go to the basketball court, I'll challenge you.
No, yeah, I tell you what, I did it 2 years ago with Jeremy Guthrie.
Yeah, but he's good at it.
Well, so was I.
Okay, excuse me.
So was I, but not as good as he.
What am I
But
thinking?
I'll tell you what, you got to get, you got to have hand-eye coordination. Yeah, that's
Are you
right.
saying I don't?
You were all-star second baseman up in New Jersey.
Yes, I was.
Where they play 4 games a year because of the weather.
I'm in the Hall of Fame. You could look it up. 1-1 the count. I'm going to challenge you.
Which one?
The
you're talking
high
too
school
much.
Hall of Fame.
You're talking too much.
I'm not in your Hall of Fame.
I've seen you at Brian, but no, I'm talking about Brian Bash. I was talking about Brian's Bash. You talk too much. You don't have time to shoot baskets.
Oh, okay.
You're flitting around, doing like you do between.
I can assure you, I don't flit. I don't even know what that is.
Flitting?
It's a 1-2 Adam Jones is slow, 2-2.
Well, maybe you're not a flitter.
All right, the MC does have responsibility.
Yes, I know that. That's why I'm saying.
I think you're ducking me. I think that's what the issue is.
Well,
you're very concerned I might win and talk about it tomorrow night.
Stop it on the way home.
You're going to practice?
Yes.
And I'm sure you'll be auctioned off again this year. The pitching lesson that you graciously give. 2-2 the count on Adam Jones. Markakis and Huff to follow. Berg's down by 2. Sullivan trying to get through this 5th inning and have a shutdown inning of his own. Orioles have scored 2 runs in each of their last 2 at-bats.
Yeah, and that's a kind of an interesting thing when you look at the scoreboard. 4-0, 4-2, 6-2, 6-4. I honestly, having blown leads in my career, I think it's harder when you get an early lead because you never want to blow a lead. Where if you're getting knocked around a little bit, it's easier to probably hang in there and hope that your team will come back, which is exactly what the Orioles are doing. But who wants to be the guy that blew a 4-0, 6-2 lead, even if you're 21? Maybe he doesn't know, but it's the last thing he wanted to do. And again, they will get somebody else up. So we had a kid that, and he is a kid, 3rd round draft choice, that was commanding pretty good early on, and then all of a sudden, and I don't know if maybe it's, the ball's hit a little bit harder. Still a pretty good windup, and this isn't just enough to, like what you're coming out to stall for time here.
All right, you grew up in Southern California. Very little humidity there. Maybe it's the Sunday afternoon Baltimore weather.
Yeah, and this is not one of your typical, where the humidity, I guess the temperature is supposed to be somewhere around 90, 91. I would imagine it got close to that, but it's not one of your typical days.
Well, it's muggy, not as muggy as
but not,
we
it's
are used to it.
a nice little breeze. But I think it's a great point, because when you come from the West Coast, it is different climate here. Sunny. I mean, you think, it's not the Sahara Desert, but can be close to it, and more humidity.
Yes, fans enjoying it here. They're used to it. I don't think Mr. O'Sullivan is.
No. Irish? Out in the sun? I don't think so.
So here's the tying run at the plate, and it's Nick Markakis. Jones bluffs going, and the pitch is outside, 1-0. Well, winning percentage in day games since going back to last season, and the Angels at the top of the heap. Orioles 25-53. They're the contrast to that. Fewest wins and lowest winning percentage in day games since last season.
And the Angels with 100 wins last year, and who knows where they're going to end up this year after a slow start.
Markakis deep to right, back it goes. It is good, and we're tied at 6. So Nick Markakis has his charity event today. He hits a 2-run home run. Brian Roberts has his. He hits a 2-run home run.
Well, 6 home runs since the All-Star break, because he changed his stance. We know he's going to hit his home runs. He can hit home runs, but he got a little bit more upright for more leverage. And he leverages that one out of there to tie it up.
So the home run by Markakis, his 14th, knocks O'Sullivan out of the game. We're starting over. It's tied at 6. Sean O'Sullivan out of the game. 4 innings plus 2 batters, 6 earned runs on 7 hits. He struck out 3 and he walked 2. And 5 of the 6 Oriole runs came in on the 3 home runs he's allowed. And here's Matt Palmer.
Yeah, well, he started the season off 5-0 and then was 8-1 at one point, and then struggled. ERA went up a little bit. Mike Scioscia described him as irreplaceable, indispensable as far as what he's done for the bullpen. He's pitched very well. We saw him on Friday night. Not overpowering, but he knows how to pitch. Inning 2/3, 3 hits, gave up a run, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts. A lot of cut fastballs. So again, a guy that kind of an interesting number is The first rookie in Major League history over the age of 30 to win his first 6 consecutive games as a starter. And that's the way he started it for the Angels when they needed somebody to pitch, and he pitched well.
So a 6-6 game, still nobody out here in the 5th inning, and Aubrey Huff takes a strike.
Beat the Red Sox early on. Great curveball. He's got that. Got the cutter. There's the curveball.
Bounce right to first base. Kendry Morales has it. Aubrey Huff is 0 for 3 on 3 groundouts and 1 away. So Palmer, 30 years old. Originally drafted by the Giants. He's been in pro ball since 2002. Last year with San Francisco, got into 3 games. And then signed with the Angels as a minor league free agent this past offseason.
Yeah, I would imagine when they looked at his numbers, a lot of innings, a lot of strikeouts. Didn't win a lot of games. 6-10 with a low ERA. 143 strikeouts and 142 innings. But you know, one of those guys you figure, you know what, if we have any injuries, which they have, he could come in, maybe a 4A guy. He's proved that that's not the case. He's 9-1 this year. There's that curveball again. So a good guy to have, and we've seen Andy McPhail do that with not only pitchers but also position players. Well, you never know. You give a guy on a winning team a chance, and all of a sudden, because he pitched better than his record, 6-10, should have been a lot better than that last year. They may not have played well when he pitched. Not overpowering, the radar gun. He's never going to be one of those guys that's going to get your attention. Just seems to be able to get hitters out.
2-2 on Reimold. That's too tight, ball 3. Reimold is looking for a home run. He hasn't hit one since July 31st, and he's in a bit of an RBI drought as well.
And extra base hit drought. Not a lot of those.
Strike 3 call, breaking ball.
So there's that cutter that backs up. Boy, my first roommate with the Orioles, Davey Leonard, pitched 6 years in the big league. Baltimore boy, would master the backup slider. And that's exactly what that is. You don't think it's going to break, and it catches the inside corner. Well, Luke Scott, double. We talked to Jim about getting hot. Homer the next time. 3-1 fastball off of Sean O'Sullivan.
Well, he had 2 hits on the homestand coming into today's game, and he has 2 hits today, a double and a home run. It's only his 2nd home run since the break, and he now has the team lead back at 20. And the way that he hits, I mean, this could be the beginning of one of those 15 for 19s.
Well, first of all, you hope you see some right-handed pitching. You're going to get Santana, right-hander, tomorrow.
Ground ball towards second. Right there is Meiser Asturias. And he gets it to first. And Matt Palmer retires 3 consecutive batters, but not before Nick Markakis knocked out Sean O'Sullivan. The Sports Day, Sunday, September 20th, here at Oriole Park. The Red Sox are in town, so your football, lacrosse, field hockey, basketball, baseball, or any sports team can come here and take part in a pregame parade around Oriole Park Field and enjoy great group pricing. 888-848-BURGER, online at Orioles.com. And that is always a thrill for the youngsters to walk on the field here at Camden Yards. There's a strike on the appeal. Eric Ibar, who's had a big day.
How about a thrill for Jeremy Guthrie to have it tied? 3 runs in the first, a couple in the fourth. Solo home run to Abreu in the third, but in the game.
The Angels have scored in 3 of their 5 at-bats against Guthrie. He did have the shutdown inning in the 5th after the Orioles got back within 2 for a second time. And now this game is tied by the Markakis home run. 2-1 on Ibar. RBI single and a double and a run scored. And it's high ball 3. So the number 7 batter in the lineup today has been a thorn to Jeremy Guthrie. Hard hit ball, foul. Pulled right past Sam Holbrook, the first base umpire.
Yeah, Ibar doesn't run a lot. Does have 9 steals, caught 5. But again, the bunt hits, 15 of them, the infield hits. And then you don't want to walk them. So the minute you get into the hitter's count, 3-1, now 3-2. You saw the line drive. You've got to take a little bit off, and that's not what you want. You want to hit pitch in the head where he'll be swinging, as he does right there. I mean, anytime you can be a contact hitter and hit over 300, both righty and lefty, as Ibar's done, you're going to be in Pickett at shortstop or wherever he plays. An awfully good offensive player.
Here's the 3-2. High fly ball to center field. Jones is there. Adam has it for the first out in the Angels' 6th inning. So Guthrie's retired 5 in a row. On this bright, sunny, warm Sunday afternoon at Camden Yards. Holdover series. Angels are here tomorrow night. And then the Orioles head out on what will be a very challenging 9-game, over 9 days, 3-city road trip, where they will go through Tampa, Chicago, and Minnesota. And here's the upcoming schedule tomorrow night. 7 o'clock for the finale of the homestand, then 3 straight night games in Tampa. Then it's off to Chicago next Friday night. High fly ball off the bat of Napoli. Charging in is Jones. Out is Andino, but Jones gets there, 2 men down. So the Orioles, 4 consecutive series, beginning with this one with the Angels against contenders. And the next 3 are on the road.
Yeah, so it's a great test for the young pitching. The offense that's changed today, but coming into this game, 3 runs or less in 10 of the last 14 games, so you know that has to change. Chris Tillman, who got his first major league win, threw the ball awfully well. Like the Angels talking about Tillman and Mattis. A lot of respect.
Tillman next pitches on Wednesday in Tampa. That's actually a pretty intriguing matchup to me because he's going against Jeff Niemann, who every time we talk about Rookie of the Year candidates, we forget to include Jeff Niemann. All he is 10-5 with a 3.86 ERA for the Rays. That ball's hit into left field for a base hit. Howie Kendrick routes first. He's heading for 2. Nolan Reimold's throw, and safe at second base with a burst of speed is Howie Kendrick with a 2-out double.
Well, the 4th double for the Angels. And again, Reimold makes a nice play. He's a pretty solid left fielder.
So that turns the lineup over yet again.
Well, another ball up in the strike zone. And now all of a sudden Rick Kranitz is going to come out and have a little conversation. Also give the bullpen a little time to get loose.
The lower third of this lineup today is now 3 for 9 with 2 doubles and RBI. Chris Ray getting loose and a run scored. It's kind of amazing how that has hurt the Orioles consistently on the year. Lower thirds of batting orders doing well. It can't be, or maybe it is, I don't know, a lack of concentration, because in this league, as you pointed out, there's no easy lineup in the American League. It shouldn't matter where in the lineup you are.
Well, that's a great point, because I was walking by the lineup and Chad Moeller and Jeremy were talking, and I said, well, yeah, this is how you're going to pitch this guy, and you need to get this guy out. Jeremy said, I need to get everybody out. So sometimes the inability to do that, and I think it's a combination of focus, but it's also the fact the lineups are better.
There's a base hit up the middle for Sean Figgins. Here comes the runner towards the plate. Adam Jones' throw not nearly in time and off the plate, and the Angels get the lead back.
See, but pitching is such feel and touch, and again, if you keep throwing breaking balls that end up on the inside middle and they're not away, they don't get the hitter out on their front foot. The last two hits that Figgins has got after the strikeout are just breaking balls into the middle of the plate. So it's not a bad pitch if it's down off the outside corner. But again, that's the feel, and you can see the cut fastball that Adam Jones, you can see the ball cut like a slider. So a double and a single, and who does it better in the American League than the Angels when you need to get runners in with runners in scoring position? There you go, 1,000 career hits, and it seems like they're all against the Orioles.
He needed 3 coming in. He has 2 doubles and a single, and 2 of those hits have driven in runs. So 1,000 hits for a player who is known more for his speed than his bat.
Well, as we mentioned, he had 3 last night. That's the 18th time now. He got that 16th last night, 17th time now with 18. And he walked. He got on base when we talk about Sean Figgins 4 times last night.
1-0 on Meiser Asturias, who has been on base twice. Fouled back. Mark Hendrickson now joining Chris Ray in the Orioles bullpen. As we peek in from the picnic area. So Guthrie had a shutdown inning in the 5th. Looked like he was going to have one here in the 6th after 2 outs and nobody on, but a double and a single has given the Angels the lead back. So 7 earned runs charged to Guthrie. I mentioned he had lost his last 4 starts coming into this one, with his ERA combined in those starts of 6.75, so he has equaled what he has done over the last 4 outings. It's a lot of earned runs when you're trying to win a game. Puts a lot of pressure on your hitters.
Well, I think to me the important thing, obviously, is to get him out. But the second most important thing is, are you healthy? Because sooner or later he's going to figure it out. I mean, they're right there. So he's going to have to. Eventually got to take him out, because a lot of pitches close it in on 100. But it's about location, and Dave Tremblay's going to come out and go to the bullpen. Never wants to do this when you have a guy that has the kind of talent that Jeremy has shown the Orioles over the last couple of years. But he will tell you, and I can tell you what the press conference is going to be: just too many balls in the middle of the plate, too many up in the middle. But we still have a chance to win the game. Bullpen's been terrific.
So Hendrickson comes on, Guthrie leaves. Angels lead it by a run.
3 runs in the first inning. Jeremy Guthrie, then the Orioles would come back 4-0, 4-2 on the Roberts 2-run home run. Make it 6-3 after the Angels add a couple on Luke Scott's home run, and then when it's 6-4, Nick Markakis ties it up 6-6. And then Figgins, third hit of the afternoon, drives in Howie Kendricks with 2 outs. So there it is. Guthrie now for what, the Angels 67 times, 10 hits or more. Robertson, Markakis, a couple of 2-run home runs, and Luke Scott having a great afternoon, double and a home run, as Mark Hendrickson will come on, try to keep it exactly where it is. Angels by 1.
Guthrie on the bench, 5 2/3, 7 earned runs, and the 2 men on base are his responsibility as Hendrickson tries to get Abreu here to end it. Hendrickson has pitched pretty well as a reliever. There's a strike. Got in the game last night and pitched an inning. He worked the 8th inning, allowed a 1-out single to Figgins, and then got out of it.
Yeah, Abreu hitting close to 300 against lefties at 297.
Abreu is 1 for 3 today with a solo home run. Runners go. Pitch is taken. Throw to third by Moeller. Not in time. Double steal. Figgins to third. Astures to second. 2 in scoring position with 2 down.
Well, they take what you give them. And if you're Mike Scioscia, you have great speed. Well, again, it's one thing to talk about stealing bases, the other thing to execute it, and they do it. Perfect throw by Chad Moeller, just not in time.
Big jump on Mark Hendrickson. It's 0-2 on Abreu. So the Angels score in 4 of their 6 at-bats against Guthrie. Check swing, and he went too far. There's strike 3, and the inning ends. Good job by Hendrickson. But the Angels get the lead back. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. 7-6 Los Angeles.
By a pitch by Matt Cain. He was released from the hospital today with concussion symptoms. No word on when he will return. Also, Dodgers pitcher Hiroki Kuroda was also released from the hospital this morning. He was hit in the game last night against the Diamondbacks with a comebacker on the mound. He was hit over his right ear. We're told there are no fractures and that he's going to be okay, so he was released from the hospital. Also, a quick update on Brad Bergeson. He was sent today to Sarasota to the Orioles minor league training facility to begin a throwing program, now that we know that nothing is seriously wrong with that shin bone. Jim?
All right, Amber, thank you very much. And I know Brad is very anxious to get back to baseball-related activities. That young man has worked very hard in the rehab 3 times a day, going through therapy to get that shin back in shape. It's the landing leg, his left leg. And, of course, if there's any pain whatsoever, you don't want to go to the mound because you don't want your leg to alter your arm.
Yeah, exactly. He was in the whirlpool and going from hot to cold. because the Orioles with a whole new facility in there, and he was using it, practically more than he wanted to.
So now he can get to Sarasota and actually get on a baseball field under the medical team down there. Dave Walker heads that for the Birds.
Yeah, I would imagine that since he's missed about 17 days, that it will not, especially with all the innings he had, take him long if his leg's well. I think that's the important thing that you talked about. Because if you favor your leg, then we've seen Lomborg and Mark Fidrich and all kinds of pitchers, Dizzy Dean going way back into the 30s, hurt his toe and his career ended.
Well, he is too important to the immediate future in particular.
And I think you have to put a governor on a youngster like that at 23 that wants to be back out there.
Wigginton fouls it off. I mean, the team is 20 games below 500. You want to see Brad get back so Brad can get back and just get that out of the way, but only if he is 100%.
Yeah, I think that he would probably, I told him the other day, you probably would have been backed off anyway because of all the innings, 123 innings. So he would have been probably many more than the innings he pitched last year at Double-A and A-ball. Of course, you never want to have to, rather just say, okay, we're going to go to a 6-man rotation and do it that way, or miss a start or two and then have an injury. So Matt Palmer, the master of changing speeds and movement. See if the Orioles can do something. Yeah, another cutter.
Off the end of the bat to shallow right. Abreu's in, shading his eyes from the sun. He can't see it, and it falls in. And Wigginton ends up at second base. Meiser Estores was out there, but looked like he deferred to Abreu, and you could see Abreu having all kinds of trouble when he brought the glove up in front of his eyes.
Yeah, we saw Adam Jones earlier in the game, and see, he doesn't see it. And then Estores, he just didn't see it either. Well, Bobby's not even close. And then Estores, you're right, there were probably some footsteps, the sun, there it is. Bright, some puffy clouds. So the Orioles, they break here in the sixth, excuse me.
So Wigginton has a 2-hit game on that bloop double. See if the Orioles take advantage now. That's the tying run at second base. Nobody down. And here is Chad Moeller. And he takes low. Chad's looked good at the plate today. Had a good at-bat in the third. Eventually grounded out sharply to third. Then doubled it, drove in a run in the fourth.
Hey, you look at some of the numbers, the 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and I always felt that he swung the bat pretty well against fastballs. And that's what he got to hit the first 2 times up with Sean O'Sullivan. 2 balls, one hit sharply to third, the other one a double up the gap in left center. There's a little cutter. So a little different against Matt Palmer because everything's moving. It's almost like, when you mentioned he was 30, it's almost like Johnny Sain, the late John Sain, was his pitching coach when Johnny Sain was, yeah, location's important, but movement within the strike zone is even more important. So he always had his pitchers cutting the ball or turning it over or making it try to move. And there's that curveball, and it's a good one.
Matt Palmer grew up in Missouri, now resides in Arizona.
Yeah, I was talking to Gordon Lakey, the advanced guy with the Phillies. He said he watched him pitch and start and beat at the Red Sox with that curveball, which we just saw. And the Red Sox didn't have a chance earlier in the year.
1-2 on Moeller. Good eye there. He laid off it.
Yeah, he would love
back
to,
with the same pitch.
Yeah, he'd love to slap one to the right side, advance the runner, put some pressure on the defense of the Angels. Obviously a little harder to do now that you're at 2 strikes, 2 and 2.
Wigginton edging off second base. And just did get a piece. Napoli upset with himself that he couldn't hang on to that one.
Yeah, one of the few straight pitches we've seen. This is just a 2-seamer. Watch that little movement, tries to get it by him, and he fouls it off the glove.
With Tremblay looking on this bright day with the sunglasses on. 2-2 on Chad Moeller. Andino's on deck. Very good eye there. That was a close pitch to take. 3-2.
Matt Palmer has a Mike Marshall physique. Mike Marshall pitched in 102 games for the Dodgers way back in the late 80s. Professor of kinesiology.
There's a bloop, shallow right. Back is Asturias, and he has it for the out. So Moeller trying to go that way, pops it up, and Wigginton holds at second base. Saturday, August 29th, Orioles fans are encouraged to be in their seats by 6:30 for special pregame ceremonies as longtime designated hitter Harold Baines will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. Tickets start as low as $9 for this very special evening. For tickets, 888-848-BIRD or visit Orioles.com. One of the true gentlemen in the game, Harold Baines.
And we'll see him in Chicago, first base coach now with the White Sox. Of course, the Orioles honored Chick Silverstein before, the longtime team physician. I was looking for Chick to throw out the first pitch, but I didn't see one. He just gave him a plaque. I was going to tell him he's going to have to do his rotator cuff exercises.
Here's a plaque.
Yeah, here's a plaque.
Thanks.
I wanted to see the toss.
I wanted to see it also. See if he had the good form down. You know, he could have gone in the tunnel and warmed up like Vice President Biden did before opening day. He was in there for 20 minutes.
Well, you know, I go back to 1983. Mike Socha looking on, the skipper of the Angels, but when they had National Baseball Week, and I pitched against Scotty McGregor on the back lawn of the White House, and President Reagan came out, and you know, perfect attire, brown suit, nice tie, you know, hair coiffed perfectly, and I caught the first pitch. And I tell you what, and I'm not exaggerating, it was like 85 miles per hour. He had to warm up in the West Wing or something like that. George, you know, the eventual president, sitting there.
Grounded to third. Figgins will look Wigginton back and get it across. 2 men down. So Palmer is an out away from getting out of this. Wigginton at second now with 2 down. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Well, Brian Roberts in the third inning went deep for his 10th home run on the year.
Yeah, the Orioles trailing 4-0 at the time and would have the lead. The fastball off of Sean O'Sullivan.
He'd take a single now to get that tying run in.
Well, they got robbed of a single his first time up. A great play by Rybar, and he crossed up Napoli. He's going to come out and got the strike.
So this is the third visit this inning with the runner at second base.
And that ball easily could have gone to the screen because of the cross-up. And Chris Ray had a chance to talk to him today. He's been pitching well back. The whole bullpen's been outstanding. He said his shoulder back in shape, velocity coming back, location better, at least it was the other night.
Oh, and 1 on Roberts. Down and away, a ball and a strike. So Brian with a home run now sitting 6th straight. $11 hits in the streak and 7 for extra bases. Breaking ball, he lays off, ball 2. Darren Oliver, the veteran left-hander, now getting loose as we peer in from center field. Palmer came on with none down in the 5th after the Orioles tied it. There's a ball hit right towards the second baseman, Meiser Aturis. He gets it to first, and Matt Palmer gets out of it. So the bloop leadoff double and a man left will head to the 7th. It's a 1-run game. His mechanics, and he is about to come into this game in the 7th inning. Since coming off the disabled list, 5 appearances, a total of 7 1/3, no runs allowed. He has held the opposing batters to 259 overall on the season, 0-1 with a 6.91 ERA, but 5 consecutive outstanding outings since coming back.
And he said finally his shoulder, you know, he had the Tommy John, so he misses a little bit over a year. I mean, did come back and pitch in the minor leagues last year, but then arm slot always an issue, so your shoulder starts hurting. Said it feels better, and I think we can see that where the velocity's gone up, and of course I don't care how hard you throw, we see it all the time. 94, 95 in the middle of the plate just doesn't do it, because hitters seem to be able to get on that. And I don't know if it's because the radar guns are a little hot or whatever. So again, the good sliders the other night, and right there, a good pitch.
Juan Rivera, first ball swinging. Markakis and Jones. And it's going to be Markakis. He has it for the out. 1 pitch, 1 down in the 7th inning. Well, here's our Ford trivia question. Angels pitcher Trevor Bell is the grandson of who? Gene Autry, the singing cowboy, Duke Snider, Bozo the Clown, I doubt it's that, or Burgess Meredith. Trevor Bell will pitch on Tuesday.
I would say,
I'm going to say Burgess Meredith, just because I think he's a great actor.
Well, we don't. Do you have to answer it right now?
Well, maybe. Let's milk it a little bit. Oh, you're not allowed to go to the books?
No. I want to see where he's from.
Oh, okay.
If it's California, it's Duke Snider. Duke Snider.
See, now when I do that,
I didn't look at it. I don't even know he's from California.
All right. Well,
I was told though.
Bozo the Clown. Bob Bell, who was Bozo, portrayed Bozo the Clown from 1960 to 1984. I actually met Bozo the Clown when I was a kid in New York City.
Well, that's a lot better than last night's, where 3 guys hit for the cycle for the Philadelphia Athletics back in 1923 or something.
The what?
That was last night's trivia question.
Bozo the Clown?
No. Who were the 3 Philadelphia Athletics?
Did you get that one?
Are you out of your mind?
Hard hit ball. There's a base hit to left field. So Kendry Morales gets on with 1 down.
Well, 11 hits, and they've all been thigh high or higher. I mean, that was a splitter that just kind of hummed up. What a great hitting approach by this ball club. And that was not hit gently to left.
See, I thought when I saw that was one of those, they're just trying to fool you.
Throw Bozo the Clown in there.
Yeah. See, if we knew that Bozo's last name was Bell, we would have had a better chance.
Bozo Bell.
See, when I was a kid, Bozo at times would videotape his show at WPIX TV in New York City, and my father worked on the show. So when I was a kid, I would tag along to work with Dad. I mean, what better thing to do with your dad? You go see Bozo the Clown. And that ball's ripped into left field for a base hit by Torrey Hunter. Heading to third and being held now as Kendry Morales is. Reimold fires back in, and here come the Angels against Chris Ray. 2nd and 3rd and 1 out.
Yeah, you think you don't have to run around the field? Brian Roberts was the cutoff man on that. He was the double cutoff man. And Reimold threw it over the head of Andino. Unbelievable there. Another high pitch. Looked like a high slider to Torrey Hunter. Boy, you would like to, and it's going to be a little more difficult now as they're going to intentionally walk Ibar to load up the bases. And this is what we have seen year after year after year when you're behind and you have to hope to get a double play with 1 pitch. It's a lot of pressure on your defense and your pitching. But all the hits today, I don't think there's been any exceptions. They've all been good pitches to hit, and the Angels haven't missed them.
The Angels have scored in 4 of their first 6 at-bats and threatening here, and the other 2, the innings they didn't score, the only 2 innings they've gone 3 up and 3 down.
Well, we told you 18 wins in the last 24 road games, and they were averaging over 7 runs a game, and they're right at that here in the 7th.
Well, one thing the Orioles bullpen has done a very good job of now over 11 straight games, Jim, is keep the ball in the ballpark. It's now 37 consecutive innings since Danny Baez allowed that walk-off home run by Clete Thomas in Detroit. So 11 consecutive games without a home run.
And now you need a strikeout, pop-up, or double play to keep the score where it is.
Here's Mike Napoli, the catcher, who is 0 for 3. Here's a good slider in there for a strike. The Angels already have one sac fly today. Torrey Hunter in the first inning. They lead the league now with 43.
Well, you know, we told you about the fact they've gone from first to third 90 times, which leads the American League, and a lot of it has to do with that, the ability to get to third base with less than 2 outs, so you can score. Not only have to hit the fly ball, but you have to get to third to keep it from being an out versus a sacrifice fly. So for Chris Lray, the 2 hits, both balls up in the strike zone.
High fly ball, left center field. Reimold and Jones, and Jones makes the catch and fires into third. That goes as a sac fly and an RBI. He took a grand slam away from Mike Napoli.
Well, splendid catch. Look how far he has to go, and then on the run. I don't know. Yeah, that ball's going out of here. What a play. I'll tell you what, he made it look pretty routine. So talk about body control.
First base umpire Sam Holbrook now with Dave Tremblay out for discussion. I'm not sure what this is about. Maybe Dave thought that the runner at third, Morales, left too early. Or did the runner go back to second base in time, and did they double him up? So Adam Jones fired back in, and the ball went back towards the infield. Adam Jones robbed Napoli. It goes as a sac fly. And Dave Tremblay obviously does not like the explanation he just heard from Sam Holbrook. So the Angels get another run since the Orioles tied it in the 5th. Single runs in the 6th and 7th. And it's 8-6. Well, Torrey Hunter tagged. He went to third. Ibar stayed at first. And here's the number 9 batter, Howie Kendrick. So 2 sac flies in this game, driving in 2, and the Angels lead by 2.
Yep. Kind of an unusual play for Torrey Hunter. Usually you go halfway because that ball goes off the glove or whatever. A little more difficult if you're tagging up to score. But it does get him another run. And it doesn't get easier with Kendrick.
Runner goes from first. The Orioles don't cover. So Ibar has the stolen base.
That's 3 in the last 2 innings. It's like a track meet with these guys.
119 steals. Tampa Bay's in a different league. They were at 158 going into today's game.
Well, I think the first way to keep good base runners is from stealing is keep them off.
Well, Howie Kendrick strikes out. That ends it. So the Angels settle for a run and now hold an 8-6 lead. Today's 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. On a day that's been a hitter's day, no doubt about it. And you kind of get the feeling it's going to come down to the ninth inning in this one.
Well, it's going to come into the back end of the bullpen. When the Orioles already hit 3 home runs, 2-run home run by Brian Roberts got him back in the game after they trailed 4-0, and then Markakis with a 2-run shot. In between, you had the solo home run by Luke Scott. So the Orioles, I think the frustrating thing is look at the scoreboard. And in last year, you know, with Jeremy Guthrie, you would have been in this ball game tonight. You're still in the game, but this afternoon you're still in this game. But again, I think it's frustrating that he just didn't pitch it any better than he did. But on the other side of the coin, you get an idea of how good this Angel team is. So you're in the chance to win. I mean, you got 9 more outs. See if you can score some runs and take your chances. You hope you start hitting like you did on Friday night when you put 16 runs on the board, 19 hits.
Well, without a doubt, we're seeing why the Angels lead this league in hitting, because top to bottom, they get good at-bats. They put the ball in play very well, and anywhere in the lineup, they can hurt you.
They force you to be very good at what you do if you're pitching, and if you make mistakes, and most of the pitches on mistakes, and you know, a lot of times you make mistakes as a pitcher and they pop it up, but this Angels team not missing too many mistakes, and that's why, of course, I think now 67 times, more than 10 hits in 20 out of the last 25 games. They are as good an offensive club, and maybe a little bit different way than the Yankees, who lead the league in runs. They're number 2 when we talk about the Angels. They hit home runs, but they can beat you with their speed and taking the extra base.
And a bit frustrating for the Orioles to have 6 runs on the board and still trail by 2.
But as Yogi used to say, it's not over till it's over, and that may be the case this afternoon.
And Yogi also said, don't think and hit at the same time. Here's Adam Jones, who will lead off for the Birds in the bottom of the 7th inning as the Orioles trail by 2. Markakis and Huff will follow. Adam walked and scored his last at-bat. He's trying to get on to get Markakis up as the tying run. And there's a strike as Matt Palmer stays on. He has been terrific. He's in his 3rd inning of work. He has allowed only a double. It was actually a ball lost in the sun off the bat of Ty Wigginton. There's a ball hit towards first. Cued. Morales was wide of the bag. He takes it unassisted, and 1 down. Time now for you to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game, and here are the candidates for today. Nick Markakis, 2-run home run. Brian Roberts, 2-run home run. Sean Figgins, a 3-hit game. Text in A, B, or C to 51862. Well, Matt Palmer does his job, and he will leave. And right now, he is the pitcher of record on the plus side as the remainder of the Angels bullpen now. The back end, Darren Oliver coming on. They'll try to protect this 2-run lead. Oliver coming on, 1 out, none on in the 7th. Working sites, Facebook and Twitter, facebook.com or twitter.com/Birdland Insider. You can follow the O's all season long and get firsthand information and behind-the-scenes information straight from the team's communications department. All of the Birdland news you need right there, just a click away. Oh, Matt Palmer was outstanding. 2 1/3, only 1 hit on a ball lost in the sun. He struck out 1, and he is the pitcher of record on the plus side if the bullpen can hold it. And here's the ageless Darren Oliver.
38 years old, the dean of the staff, and the lowest earned run average. He's done a great job the last 2 years. 10-2 coming into this season, and 20 out of the last 23 outings are scoreless. Inherited runners, you talk about that. He stranded 22 of the 29. Not overpowering. And not really a guy that's a left-handed specialist. He gets righties and lefties out about equally. He's given up more home runs. He's given up 5 home runs to lefties than righties, but he doesn't walk a whole lot of guys. Hasn't done that in his 2 years with the Angels. And he is 38.
This is low to Markakis, who in his last at-bat tied the game with his 2-run shot.
Yeah, 6th home run since the All-Star break. He really did change his stance. He was crouching a little bit more like Stan Musial. Now he's gotten more upright. Boy, does that work.
Slicing it the other way. Juan Rivera, a long run. Won't get there, but it's foul.
Game of adjustments, season of adjustments. That's what Wade Boggs said. Were you ever in a slump? No. He said, I was in a period of an adjustment. He ended up in Cooperstown. You know, you look around at Nick Markakis, and there we go. Jepson, who came in last night throwing 98 miles per hour, is getting loose. The thing about Nick, he does use the whole field, and anytime you can be all the way into August and you have 45 hits coming in to left, 48 to center, and 49 to right field. I mean, can you use the whole field any better than that?
And that's why his consistency is what it is. And now 29 games since the All-Star break, he has base hits in 25 of the 29 games. He is not predictable, and there's what Jim's talking about.
Look at those numbers. You pitch him away, hits it away.
Oliver's ahead 1-2. And he got him. Breaking ball down and away, and Markakis is out. 2 men out.
You know, it's funny if you started to say, okay, Darren Oliver has been around. This is his 14th year in the big leagues. Came in with 13 years, 127 days. And you'd say, well, you know, does he have a really great slider? And you go, well, no, but it's very good. How about his curveball? How about his command? You know, he only throws 90 or whatever, but he can pitch. He makes pitches. And my point all day long, if you look at the 14 runs, 8 for the Angels and 6, a lot of them have been on pitches where the pitchers just haven't executed like they'd like to.
Aubrey Huff pops it up. Third baseman Figgins chasing Juan Samuel from the coach's box. Huff now 0 for 4, and the Orioles go 3 up, 3 down in the 7th. Angels coming up by 2. It's for the Birds. For the last 2 innings of the game, Chris Ray will stay on. And the top of the lineup, and that means Ray has to go against Sean Figgins, who is 3 for 4 with a couple of RBI hits. Meiser Esteuras will follow, then Bobby Abreu. There's a strike in the outside corner. Guthrie went 5 2/3, 7 earned runs on 10 hits. Hendrickson struck out the only batter he faced. Ray charged with a run in the 7th. The Angels at 69 45. They have got 20 8 since the All-Star break. Foul off the mask of Chad Moeller. Their lead in the AL West is 4.5 over Texas. Texas has been battling the Red Sox, and the Rangers have closed to within a half game of Boston for the wild card league, and they're even in the loss column.
Yeah, I was reading the Globe this morning on the internet, and with Lester and Beckett pitching 31 15, with the rest of the starters 34 wins, 33 losses. 8 stolen bases. Yeah, 8 stolen bases last night for the Rangers against the Red Sox down in Texas. Julio Borbon, 4 hits, 4 of them. Of course, Kinsler stole 1. Andrus, Elvis Andrus, their shortstop. There's your outside corner. I was talking to Rick Kranitz about Chris Ray, and I said, it looks like the velocity's coming back. Talking about Chris with his pitching coach, and he said, I looked at a lot of films, and he said, what's important is, number one, he gets healthy. And now that the shoulder's better, the velocity's come back. He said, but if you go back and look at his film when he first came up, there's probably a little bit more movement. So when he gets his arm strength back and his wind up a little bit smoothed out, you'll probably see some more location right there. I mean, that's perfect. He made some perfect pitches to Sean Figgins. So 94, 95. And again, the release point on that split fingered fastball to get it to go down.
There's a bouncer. Huff goes up and gets it, goes to the bag unassisted.
Yes,
the Baltimore chop stays in the infield because of the leap of Huff.
Helps to be tall. Helps to be green, too.
Green?
Green. Prius. Green.
Oh, you mean like
green? Being
the
green.
Apology?
Yes.
That helped him
out.
It's
not easy to be green. Is it?
No, I'm trying.
Okay.
Trying to do my part.
No problem for Nicole Sherry, the groundskeeper here.
Right.
Look how green the grass is.
It's beautiful. We have the solar water heater now to try to cut down on the electric use.
Really?
Yeah.
Or you take, so you just cloudy
the
days?
sun heats the water.
No, I understand. What, in the winter, you root for sunny days? You take cold showers otherwise?
Well, we haven't had it in the winter yet. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
There's sun in the winter time. It's just a little farther away.
Your moss is going to be frozen. That's your hair, by the way.
There's a big bouncer to Andino. And safe at first base. That was trouble from the start because Andino waited back on it to play the big bouncer. And Abreu always hustles. That should be an infield hit because he legged it out.
Well, he did, and of course this is a high chopper. So again, do you smell a base hit? 35-year-old guy. I would imagine they'll give him an error because a good throw would have gotten him. But again, he tags him if he doesn't run hard. Scoreboard says base hit. Oh, really? Good. Good for him. Got on. Might as well give the veteran a base hit. Good throw still probably would have had him.
2 down. Here's Rivera. Batting cleanup today.
Yeah, Abreu, rare combination. 24 steals at age 35. He'd be one of those guys when Joe Torre managed the Yankees. He let everybody run on their own in spring training. And I said, Joe, really? And he said, yeah, I wanted to find out if they had any kind of instincts. And you don't need to know that about it. Of course, I think, yeah, Joe did manage Bobby Abreu one of the years he was in New York, but Abreu has always been a good base stealer. Get on, steal bases, hit home runs, solid outfielding.
And apparently they thought better of that, and now it's an error.
Yeah, good throw gets him. It doesn't change the problem for Chris Ray. You need to get the hitter out, and you don't want Abreu to steal the base.
Runner goes. Pitch taken. Throw to second. Wrong side of the bag. And there's a stolen base for Bobby Abreu.
Number 25. Absolutely amazing. So again, going back to the theme of what Joe Torre was saying, I think that year Paul O'Neill, who's a big guy, terrific, won a batting title, hit 305 straight years, was something like 16 for 16. But you find out about your guys.
Ground ball towards short. Abreu runs by, and Andino has it, fires the first inning in, so the error, and a man left. Bottom of the 8th coming up. The Orioles trail by 2. He's 1 out of 4 with a 2-run home run. Sean Figgins 3 for 5 with 2 ribbies. He has 20%. Still time for you to text in your vote, A, B, or C, to 51862. And Tom and Rick will have the results coming up on O's Extra Postgame. Kevin Jepson comes on for the Angels in the 8th.
Well, we saw him last night throwing 98 miles per hour, pretty sharp breaking ball. So you have a guy with 33 saves, only Mariano Rivera, the Yankees with more, and you leave him in the bullpen. And you bring in the righty. They had a 5-1 lead last night. They came in with Jason Bulger, who Orioles got to fairly quickly. A couple of guys on. Fuentes came in and got that 33rd save. But this kid, what a power arm. Hurt earlier in the year, and as the season has progressed, he's gotten better.
Nolan Reimold leads off, 0 for 3.
Get a guy on, Jim. You know the story. That's all you need. You just don't have a whole lot of time when a guy throws close to 100 miles per hour. You could see it right there. Nolan Reimold very rarely early in the count chases something out of the zone.
Scott and Wigginton follow. That one's poked to right field. That's trouble for Abreu. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it falls towards the corner. Reimold heading to second as Abreu gets it back in. So there you go. Reimold leads off with a bloop double, and the Orioles get the tying run to the plate. Nolan's first base hit of the game.
Yeah, right here, right on the corner. Look at the plate coverage right there. Slices it down the line. It falls. And right here you can see 2 runs down. He's not going anywhere other than into scoring position.
13th double and 23rd extra base hit for Nolan Reimold, who now has a modest 3-game hitting streak going. Here's Luke Scott. Luke has doubled, he has homered, he has grounded out. Tying run at the plate in the 8th inning.
Yeah, you'll see how Luke will play it. And to think the way he's swinging the bat right here, and again a lot of movement, 97 miles per hour. Double home run already.
Reimold the leadoff double. Orioles now have 9 base hits. Breaking ball low. Luke picked it up and let it go by. Scott now has the home run lead back. He has 20. And he now has 36 extra base hits with his double and home run today. Check swing at a high fastball. He did check in time. There's Larry Van over the crew chief. That's the other thing about watching a hitter who seems to be getting his comfort zone back. It's the pitches that they take.
Well, you're right. And when you compare them what the Angels have done, the Angels rarely, from what I've seen in this series, get themselves out early in the count. And that's what you want to try to strive for. So right there, I mean, he started the bat. Just imagine how strong you have to be to start the bat with the kind of strength that Luke Scott has and stop it like that.
Mike Scioscia, the longest tenured manager in the American League. Former catcher. His catcher, Mike Napoli's having a tough time with these relief pitchers coming on. When the runner gets to second base, he 4 times now has had to go to the mound and go over the signs.
Well, let's see if Jepson's fastball in the upper 90s in a fastball count. And he makes a perfect pitch outside corner.
2-2 to count. Good batting with the sunglasses. Reimold at second, none down. Ground ball towards short. That will advance Reimold. Ibar plays at the first as Scott hustles down the line. So Reimold now at third base with 1 out. Productive out, if you will, because it advanced the base runner.
It really is. It's not what he was trying to do. I mean, not that he wasn't trying to. I mean, he was just trying to drive a ball somewhere, especially when he got to 2 strikes. Hit it sharply, but right at the shortstop up the middle. And they will, with a 2-run lead in the 8th inning, they're going to play the infield back.
So anywhere except the corners where Figgins and Morales could elect to come home, they'll get a run in. If Wigginton puts it in play and he swings through that 0-1.
Well, see, that's a perfect example. When somebody throws 98 miles per hour and he throws you a sharp breaking ball, if you're hitting well, do you swing at it? The answer is usually no. It's a pitcher's pitch. See, Jepson, at least he was in trouble here.
Matt Wieters has come out on deck to pinch hit for Chad Moeller.
Yeah, and you have a couple of options. Melvin Mora, who's been swinging the bat, also on the bench for Dave Tremblay and the Orioles.
0-2 on Wigginton. 3 consecutive pitches in the same vicinity, and that one Wigginton laid off. 1-2 the count with Reimold at third and 1 down. Jepson, the 4th pitcher used by the Angels. Just outside. Wow.
Where was that pitch?
Either he wasn't looking for that or he has a great eye.
Well, yeah, he saw 4 in a row, Jim, and I guess that would help it. But that ball must have missed by just a smidgen.
So from 0-2 to 2-2 on Wigginton. And he got him. So Wigginton down on strikes. The runner at third now with 2 men out.
That was 5 excellent sliders. If you're going to throw a guy 5 straight breaking balls, that 5th one better be as good as the other 4, and it was. Maybe even better.
Jim Johnson and Danny Baez are getting loose in the bullpen. And Matt Wieters will pinch hit for Chad Moeller. Breaking balls down and in. Matt has a 4-game hitting streak going. He has not hit a home run since the All-Star break. He's up there representing the tying run. And there's a line drive towards the middle. And a base hit. It got past the glove of Meiser Torres. It was a soft line drive. May have had backspin. And Matt Wieters comes off the bench and drives in a run.
Yeah, came in his last 20 games hitting over 300. That number is going to go up.
Just couldn't get there.
Well, there after the double down the right field line, 8-7. PA too. I forgot about Mr. Cycle.
So Felix Pie will hit for Andino.
And you can save Mora now. And of course, if you get in the middle lineup, you're not going to pinch hit. But you have Mora if Fuentes comes in the ninth inning.
That leaves Asturias and Mora on the bench. Asturias will have to come on defensively for Andino. So PA, a hot hitter, representing the go-ahead run with Wieters on at first and 2 down. There's a bouncer slowly at the second base. Throw to first in time by Asturias to get PA, and the inning ends. So the Orioles get back within a run. We'll head to the ninth inning at Camden Yards. It's an 8-7 Angels lead. Beautiful day in the Inner Harbor on this Sunday afternoon. 8-7 game. Those teams have combined for 22 base hits. Cesar Asturias comes in the game. He is now at shortstop after PA pinch hit for Andino. And there's Matt Wieters, who will take over behind the plate for Chad Moeller after pinch hitting for Chad and driving in the run with a single. And Danny Baez, Jim, comes on to work the ninth.
Power pitcher, and there's been a couple of real hot spells, and I guess you have to remember coming off Tommy John surgery, and quite a story. Tried to start, couldn't make it as a starter in spring training. They said, how about back to the bullpen? Didn't know that his elbow would hold up. Very rarely pitches in back-to-back games, but he's actually had a pretty good year, and when he gets the ball down, extremely effective. So the Orioles back within one.
And his job is to keep it within one. The top of the lineup comes up for the Orioles in the bottom of the ninth inning, likely against the closer Fuentes.
Well, how big was the play that Adam Jones made, where only the sacrifice fly in left center a couple innings ago? I mean, that could have been a huge inning for the Angels, and they kept it to 1 run.
Danny Baez gets ahead of Kendry Morales. A couple of players from Cuba matching up here. Broken back ground ball to third, right at Wigginton. And gets it across for the out, 1 down. And there is the closer for the Angels, Brian Fuentes.
He came in to save the night last night.
The base hit by Wieters snapped a 0 for 16 by Oriole pinch hitters. And more importantly, it made it a 1-run game, because now at home in the bottom of the ninth, you can play for 1 run if you need to get it tied. There's a tapper back to the mound by Torrey Hunter, and 2 quick outs.
I keep reading. Of course, Huff, Mora, and Baez got through waivers, so I suppose you could have made a deal if anybody claimed them or whatever, but that Danny Baez couldn't help anybody. Well, he can help the Orioles because he's had one of those kind of years. I mean, there was the grand slam to Ramirez when he got some pitches up, the 3-run home run to Howard. As you mentioned, the walk-off, the last home run that bullpen had given up to Clee Thomas in the 10th inning and extra innings in Detroit. But all in all, he's had a pretty good year.
Well, don't you believe we're about 2 weeks out now from the other deadline, which is to get on a team to be eligible for postseason. Somebody's going to need a relief pitcher between now and September 1st. And
you would think so.
Baez, a veteran, he's had a pretty good year.
Oh, he's throwing the ball.
Former closer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had 41 saves for Tampa Bay. You know, that was Tommy John, but it's not about stuff. It's about location. Now, he threw a sinker the other day that it was just unbelievable. He ran about 6-8 inches, about 96 miles per hour, just like that. That's what happens when you try to get on top of that sinker.
Well, top of the second, 3 up, 3 down inning. Top of the lineup coming up: Brian Roberts, Adam Jones, and Nick Markakis.
Wants to tie this game at 6. Can they battle back and either tie it in the bottom of the 9th and win it?
They need one more run. That's all they need. You have Brian Roberts and Nick Markakis. Usually they're out there trying to get doubled. Both of them home runs on the day today to get the Orioles at least within one run.
It's a do-or-die 9th inning for the Birds as they try to take the first 2 out of 3 from the Angels. Let's go back now to Jim and Jim.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. 8-7 Birds coming up. Let's get a look at the freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Yeah, it tells you a little bit about the Angels. Great base running by Juan Rivera. Henry Morales with a base hit, strong throw, and you can see Chad Moeller trying to catch the ball. It was a little bit to the foul line, had to reach back, and they get an early run. 1 of 3 in the first inning. Well, there you go. 19 to 20 saves on the road, 33 on the year, only 4 blown saves. Orioles saw him last night. Again, very deceptive. Threw 1 pitch at 90. Pretty good breaking ball. And again, a little bit like George Sherrill. Starts closed. You don't see the ball very well, and it sneaks up on you. And it throws a lot of strikes.
Well, the top of the lineup for the Orioles: Roberts, Jones, and Markakis.
And have to come in and against the heart of the Oriole lineup in the toughest of saves, 1-run saves, the 1-run variety.
And he pitched so effectively all those years in Denver, pitching for the Rockies. There's Brian Roberts batting right-handed. Strike 1.
Yeah, well, that's usually the way it is. And with him, you don't have, I mean, Mike Socia plays pretty conventional baseball. He doesn't play the lines. You know, a lot of times you'll guard the lines with a 1-run lead, which I never thought made a lot of sense, unless you think somebody's going to throw it there. There's another good breaking ball. And now Figgins, who was in case Brian Roberts thought about bunting, will move back to third base. But again, I mean, you got all kinds of tons of room down the lines, and that's probably the way you should play, because that's where you started the game with Roberts. Why would you change just because it's a 1-run ball game?
Here's the 0-2 inside. Breaking ball broke too much.
How many times have you seen guys get out of position, play the line, and the next guy hits a single, the next guy hits a 2-run home run, and you lose?
That'll work.
Well, it would work.
A lot of room in left center field. Torrey Hunter shading the other way. And Brian hits it there towards left center field. Back it goes. That ball is bouncing into the bullpen for a ground rule double. He hit it against the defense. Tying run at second, nobody down.
Well, you know, position is so important. And then if you throw a breaking ball, it's the third breaking ball that Fuentes throws to Roberts. Look where it ends up. Right in the middle of the plate, you see 45th double. 2-run home run, ground roll double into the bullpens. There's your tying run. One of those afternoons. Boy, a lot of hittable pitches, and these hitters on both teams are taking advantage of it.
23 hits now in this game. So Roberts picks up his 45th double, leading the league in that. He's 2 for 5 on the day, now 39 multi-hit games, and here's Adam Jones representing the winning run. Looked like he was trying to end it there, and he swung through it 0-1.
No, that's not going to happen. He'll hit one, or he could hit one, but it's not if he's trying to. He's just see how he plays it. See if he will try to hit the ball to the right side. Game will continue to tie it up.
Roberts took off. He had a huge jump, and he's going to get it. Napoli, in his haste to try to make the throw of the ball, pop up on him. And it was also a breaking ball, which gave Brian Roberts an extra couple of steps.
Yeah, tremendous pressure on the Angels defense. Anytime you get a guy that can steal bases and he gets one of those running leaps, you could see it right there in the top of the picture. And Figgins, he was looking off to his left. There you go.
Angels move the infield in to try to cut off this potential tying run. 1-1 pitch. Pop foul out of play. 1-2. Jones on the day has grounded out. He has struck out. He has walked and scored. He was on base for the Markakis home run. And then grounded out to first base on a cue shot.
So you start looking at numbers and matchups. Adam 2 for 3. One, he's got him out last night. Ended up the game flying out to right field, but one of those two hits a home run.
1-2. High fly ball left field. Did he get enough? Back on it goes. Near the wall. It is caught by Juan Rivera, but this will tie the game. Here's Roberts to score, and it's a brand new game in the ninth. Adam Jones just missed, but the stolen base gets the Orioles the run.
Yeah, the double, the stolen base, and then the sacrifice fly. On another breaking ball right here. So the double comes on a curveball. Not a bad one. Down and in. Boy, I tell you, off the bat, it looks like it has a chance. Your Expo. 333 down the line, and he was just about all those feet.
And here's Markakis. Hard hit ball. Gloved by Morales at first base. The race is on, and Morales wins it. He just took a base hit away from Markakis, and 2 men down. Back-to-back nights he's done that.
Yeah, he did it in the 8th inning last night after pinch hitting. So again, not playing the line. You play the line, Jim. Take away the double, which most managers do. That's a base hit into right field. That would have got Huffa. But again, you play conventional defense. And a terrific play by Kendry Morales.
Well, here is Aubrey Huff, who's had a tough day. Has not hit the ball out of the infield. Takes high, 1-0. Aubrey has grounded out to second, grounded out to first twice, and popped foul to third. Figgins caught it in the coach's box. Curveball breaks low, 2-0.
Yeah, and I think if you're Brian Fuentes, as you look at the Orioles closer, Jim Johnson, well, you don't want to get beat with a fastball in the middle of the plate here. And that's why it's breaking by. They don't get the call.
3-0.
And even now, I would not be surprised to see if Aubrey Huff would get the green light.
There's a rookie on deck, Nolan Reimold. 3-0 the count. And, well, he might have had a green light, but he took it anyway. 3-1. Looked like he was ready to hit it. Aubrey is 3 for 17 on the homestand with 1 home run. 3-1 the count.
Yeah, that home run to left center field.
There's a bloop to left. That's going to fall for a base hit. So the winning run is on with 2 men down. There is only one player left on the Orioles bench, and that is Melvin Moore. So if Melvin's going to come on the pinch run, if the game doesn't end.
Yeah, you don't gain a lot of speed. A couple of years ago you would have, and then you'd be down to nobody.
We're going to stick with Aubrey Huffield.
Yeah.
Save the bat just in case later on. Here's Reimold. There's a strike. The Orioles essentially, Jim, used 3 moves in the 8th inning because 2 pinch hitters, and then Esteuras came on defensively for Andino.
And the Angel outfield in this situation playing exactly where they're supposed to, which is deep. Torrey Hunter plays deep anyway, but I mean, look how deep they're playing. And that is because you want to cut off any ball that might be a potential double.
Reimold doubled his last at bat. He blooped it into the right field corner. 1 for 4 on the day. Check swing, and he went too far. He was badly fooled by that pitch. 1-2. That thing floated in there. That was not what he was looking for. So 1-2 on Reimold. Winning run at first and 2 down. And he got him. Back-to-back changeups. But the Orioles get this game even. Blown save for Brian Fuentes. Adam Jones nearly hit it out. It went as a sac fly. We're headed to extras at Camden Yard. That error did not factor in any of the scoring. And it's a game for the bullpens now. Both starters are off the hook. And here's Jim Johnson, the closer. His job is to keep this game tied to get it to the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, and he came in and pitched last night, an inning, an effective inning. And tell you what, you're right. Terry Crowley, he's happy. The Orioles hitting instructor, Mickey Hatcher, smile on his face. Pitching coach is a little glum. And it is about the bullpens.
Johnson is the 5th pitcher used by the Orioles. The Angels have also used 5 pitchers. Napoli, Kendrick, and Figgins. Well, Figgins gets another at bat. 8, 9, and 1 here in the 10th inning. Fastball outside, 1-0 Napoli, who is hitless on the day, but he does have a run on a sac fly on a ball that nearly left the ballpark for a grand slam. Terrific play by Adam Jones. Ball 2. Johnson got in the game last night. He needed an inning of work. There's a strike. He had a very efficient 3 up, 3 down ninth inning on 3 ground ball outs. He got Guerrero, Rivera, and Kendrick on ground balls. 2-1 to Napoli is low, ball 3.
So last year, Napoli with a little over 220 at bats, 20 home runs, once every 11.1 times to the plate.
The Angels have gone 3 up, 3 down in 3 of their at bats. 2 by Guthrie, and then Danny Baez had a 3 up, 3 down ninth. The Orioles in this game have gone 3 up, 3 down twice in the first inning and in the 7th inning. And there's a strikeout of Napoli. So Jim Johnson came back to get him, 1 away in the 10th.
Yeah, Jim Johnson, I mean, a terrific pitch, 3-2. He could walk it up there, couldn't throw it any lower. We talked about low and away. Look at that. Down outside third of the plate.
Now, how do you get that movement? Is that natural or is that the grip?
Well, I think last year he never had that as a starter. But again, look how long his stride is. Most tall pitchers, and Jim Johnson at 6'5", you try to shorten your stride to get over your front side. For him,
it was the opposite.
Yeah, it was the opposite of just finding that happy medium. I mean, obviously it's grip pressure and things like that, but for
that
him it seems
it
just
disappears.
Yep.
Dave Schmidt, there's Arredondo in the bullpen. Dave Schmidt was here the other night, chatted with Rick and I on those extra pregame. He's the minor league pitching coordinator for the Orioles, and he was part of that. Jim Johnson now lives in Sarasota the all season, as does Dave Schmidt. And Jim Johnson worked with the late Mo Drabowski and Dave Schmidt on that stride, and ever since it's all come together for him. 2-1 on Kendrick. Fouls it off.
So again, that ball starts on the inside corner. The illusion is it's going to be a strike, and Howie Kendrick chases it, and it just keeps coming at you. Tremendous movement from Jim Johnson when the ball is down. And over the last maybe 6-7 weeks, he will throw a changeup in that same count. It looks like the fastball, very effective.
Ground ball past the mound. Brian Roberts has a play, and he gets it to first, and 2 men down. That was a ground hugger. Johnson reached for it, but it never bounced up to him. So 2 outs in the Los Angeles 10th inning. The Orioles in the bottom of the 10th in this tie game will have Scott Wigginton and Wieters coming up. But first, Johnson has to get by Sean Figgins, who would be the league MVP if he batted against the Orioles every game. Outside, ball 1. And we'd like to welcome those who are watching the Nationals win at Cincinnati. 5-4 the final there. Bonus coverage now on Masson and Masson HD. Jim Hunter with Jim Palmer and Amber Theo Harris. We're in the 10th inning at Camden Yards. Orioles tied it in the bottom of the 9th with a manufactured run.
Yeah, double by Brian Roberts, and then the stolen base. And Adam Jones would get it in with a sacrifice fly. It looked like it was going to be a home run. There it is, and right off pretty good wood, but 333 feet down the line gets Brian Roberts in it to make it 8-8.
Figgins cues it foul, 2-2. Figgins not only has 3 hits, he has 2 doubles and 2 RBIs.
Yeah, and then the stolen bases.
Yeah, he's got one of those. Scored 2 runs. Of course, he leads the league in runs scored. So
came in with 90, so he's up at 91 runs scored this year. And if he gets on, he's probably going to try to steal another base. Okay, Jim Johnson's got an easy 93, 95, 98 on that pitch.
One-time starter coming through the Orioles system. Now the closer. 3-2 on Figgins. Fouled it back. Johnson and Chris Ray in the 7-man Oriole bullpen. 2 pitchers drafted and developed by the Orioles. There's a 3-2. Hard hit ball towards first. Right there is Aubrey Huff. He'll go to the base unassisted. And Jim Johnson has a 3-up, 3-down inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th. Birds can win it with a run. In the 7th, but he stranded 2 runners, then no runs in the 8th. Baez had 3-up, 3-down in the 9th. Johnson 3-up, 3-down in the 10th. So now it is up to Arredondo for the Angels to try to keep this game going. Orioles win it with a run.
Yeah, the Orioles saw him on Friday night. A youngster that last year in his first year with the Angels went 10-2. I mean, incredible numbers. 55 strikeouts in 61 innings, only 42 hits. He was a setup guy to Frankie Rodriguez, who's now with the Mets. This year struggled early on. They sent him out early June to AAA.
Luke Scott will lead off for the Orioles, and his bat seems to be on the way back based on his first 2 at-bats today.
Yeah, double and then a home run.
So Luke's 20th home run. That was back in the 4th inning, solo shot. Orioles have hit 3 home runs in this game. Brian Roberts and Nick Markakis, 2-run home runs, and Luke Scott a solo shot. Wigginton on deck, then Weeder's spot here in the 10th. Inside, looked like an off-speed pitch, 1-0.
Well, that's the book on Luke Scott. You got a fastball, pretty good slider for Arredondo. Hard thrower. So when you miss with a breaking ball, he'll look fastball here, and he gets it, but he takes it.
Arredondo has allowed only 2 home runs in his 28 appearances for the Angels.
And you can see pretty good fastball right there at 95. Some pretty good movement. And the splitter.
Bounces all the way back to the screen. Jose Arredondo out of the Dominican Republic. He's 25 years old. Too tight, ball 3. He had a heck of a year last year. He won 10 games out of the bullpen. Off the end of the bat. Shallow left, the shortstop out, Eric Ibar. And he has it for the out. Luke Scott retired, 1 away. I think the last Oriole relief pitcher to win 10 games was Arthur Rhodes back in 1997. Orioles went wire to wire that year, and Arthur was very effective in that middle relief role. In fact, he had the same number of wins as the number 5 starter that year, Scott Kamenicki.
Yeah, what he could do is come in. He couldn't pitch in back-to-back games, but he could give you 2-3 innings. Of course, they tried him as a starter early on. There's a curveball, and it's a good one. And it's nice to have a young pitcher in the second year in big leagues. That, you know what the scouting report is on Wigington. They're trying to stay away from out and out, up and out over the plate. Get him out with quality breaking balls, and he drops that kind of curveball off and then comes back with a split finger changeup. Or they have it, I guess maybe as a slider, but it kind of backed up.
Wigington 2 out of 4. He has singled and scored and also doubled on a ball lost in the sun.
Goodbye. Oh. Where was that pitch?
I guess low. Napoli had to reach for it a bit. Again, very close, 2-2. That's a check swing and a bloop base hit for Wigington. He did not want to swing. He just checked the swing and the ball hit the bat.
Well, that's when you know you have good stuff, Jim. You supply all the power. Right there. That's how you hit the high pitch, apparently.
You check your swing and let the ball hit the bat. So a 3-hit day for Wigington. He has a double on a ball that the Angels lost in the sun and a single on a check swing. And he also has an infield hit on a ground ball to deep short. Here's Wieters.
Yeah, and he's been on deck watching this array of pretty good stuff from Arredondo.
Wieters pinch hit and drove in a run in the 8th inning to make it a 1-run game. That made it 8-7. And with that base hit, he extends his hitting streak to 5 in a row. A tough way to do it as a pinch hitter. 0-1 the count. High fly ball to left field. Playable for Juan Rivera. Has it for the out and 2 men down. So Arredondo is an out away from extending this game to the 11th inning. And Cesar Estouras will bat for a first time. PA pinch hit for Andino in the 8th and grounded out. Estouras took over defensively. The Orioles have only Melvin Mora left on the bench. The Angels have all 4 of their bench players still available. Mike Scioscia has not yet made a move with his lineup. There's a weak ground ball right side. Throw to the bag in time, so Meister Estouras gets his brother Cesar Estouras at first, and on we go. Base hit and man left will lead to the 11th, tied at 8. Stays on for a second inning. He had a 3-up, 3-down 10th. When the Orioles come up in the bottom of the 11th, it's back to the top of the lineup. So Johnson will go to work here on Meiser, Astures, Bobby Abreu, and Juan Rivera. Meiser just made a nice play to get his brother at first base. Outside, 1-0.
Yeah, Cesar and Meiser went to lunch the first day in. The Angels traveled on the off day, even though they played Wednesday afternoon in Anaheim. I said, who bought lunch? He said, his turn.
Whose turn?
Cesar.
Cesar's turn?
Yeah, Cesar bought lunch.
Well, it's his town. He should buy lunch here.
That's right.
And he's a year older. Got to take care of your little brother.
Well, his little brother's trying to take care of the Orioles, unfortunately.
Do you think, it's evening off anyway, so somebody will have to buy the other dinner tonight. 1-2 is low, 2-2. See, Cesar may have played the veteran move there by buying lunch, which tends to be less expensive than buying a nice dinner. So the little brother will have to pick up the tab with his meal money. 2-2 is fouled back just below us.
Ooh, nice catch.
On the rebound, no less.
Turn around, play it off the wall.
Well, Johnson worked an inning last night. He's in his second inning here today. High fly ball foul. He pulled it deep into the corner.
Yeah, I've seen two splitters, which are a little unusual. You're a sinker, curveball, changeup pitcher. Last thing you want to do is speed up the bat. Tie a ball game.
2-2 is low, ball 3.
It almost looked like another one there. Coming out of his hand a little bit funny.
What?
Another, again, the velocity down. And one thing to use all your pitches, but in a tie ball game, usually try to do what you do best most often.
3-2 is popped foul out of play. The Angels, as the top hitting team in the league, the one thing that you notice here that is a pattern up and down the lineup, Jim, is the patience of the hitters.
Well, yeah, and my point earlier on in the game was they very rarely early in the count till they get to this 2 strikes do they get themselves out. So they know what they want to hit.
3-2 is too high, ball 4, and he works a leadoff walk in this tie game in the 11th.
And again, messing around with your third pitch there leads to this walk. If you look at the numbers year in and year out, it's 15% if you get the first guy out. It goes up to in the high 40, almost 50% if the first guy gets on, especially if you have, it depends on what point of the lineup. Now you have Abreu coming up. You have speed at first with 9 stolen, the high percentage, 9 out of 12. So a lot of options for Mike Scioscia, contact hitter at the plate. He's going to look for a ball to try to hit it into right field early in the count.
And instead he hits it to left field, so the Angels have something going now.
Well, see, that's my theory on pitching. If you're going to, when you have a left-handed hitter come up with the hole and the runner at first, is make him hit the ball the other way. And Jim Johnson does that. Now, to Abreu's credit, he gets a base hit, but the double play still in order. You don't get the first and third. This is really what pitching's all about. Not that you wanted to walk that first guy, and now all of a sudden, I mean, even though Rivera's been swinging the bat as well as anybody in the American League, if he hits a ground ball at one of your infielders and you have a sinker baller, you got 2 quick outs.
Juan Rivera now, he is 1 for 5. There's a strike at the knees. His base hit drove in a run back in the first inning when the Angels got to Jeremy Guthrie for 3 runs in the first, sending 8 batters up. Good numbers when runners get on base. 193 average. There's a strike going 2.
Yeah. Jim Johnson actually has starter stuff. I mean, he could pretty much do any role they'd ever ask him to do. And again, his curveball very good. You saw it right there.
The shadows are beginning to creep onto the playing field now, as we are past 5 o'clock. Broken back ground ball to second. It'll be tough to turn 2 on this. Out there, back to first, not in time. Pretty good throw by Cesar Asturias there after Roberts got it to him quickly.
Yeah, Juan Rivera, who looked like he had some leg problems earlier on over the last 4 or 5 weeks, this time really gets out of the box, because otherwise they're going to turn a double play. He has not run this hard in any of the 3 games. So he beats that out and creates the first and third situation.
Here is Meiser Asturias at third. Kendry Morales now. First and third and 1 down. Isn't there a rule in baseball you have to have your shirt tucked in? I mean, his shirt is out in the back. I mean, that might give him an advantage, a tight pitch. He's getting away with something, Jim, right before our eyes. It's low 2-0. He also has 2 hits today. Meiser Asturias at third, the go-ahead run.
And by the way, he's got a couple of hits. He can wear his shirt any way he wants.
Well, tough spot for Jim Johnson. It all started with a leadoff walk.
Well, if you can get the ground ball, it makes it a little bit more difficult. And of course, anytime you have to hold a runner. And Rivera, even though he's 4 for 4, Juan Rivera has yet to be thrown out this year.
There's a good fastball.
Yeah, and a fastball count. And again, a little bit extra. I think the one thing about Jim Johnson, he kind of hooks the ball a little bit, probably difficult. Ooh. A little foul tip right into the glove of Matt Wieters.
2-1 the count. Runners on the corners, 1 down in this tie game in the 11th. Outside ball 3.
And of course, Bobby Abreu really helping him. We talked about the preparation. It's not only physical, but it's mental. Having an idea. And right here, he's going to look for a pitch. Doesn't have to get a base hit. Fly ball or most likely get a run in.
And instead, it's a walk. So the bases are loaded with 1 down.
See, and I think that's the big difference. A guy in his first full year is that a lot of times you get anxious and you might even swing at that curveball. But he knew what he wanted to hit.
So Rick Kranitz will come out to give Jim Johnson a quick breather here and to talk about facing Torrey Hunter. So Johnson has walked 2 in the inning and has also given up a base hit.
Well, so it comes down. Your pitching coach comes out. What does Jim Johnson do best? He throws ground balls. He's a sinker ball pitcher. And it all started when they got ahead of Asturias and then went to his 3rd best pitch to work the count to 3-2, and he walked him. So you're 1 pitch from getting out of this inning, and if it's a ground ball back to you, you go right to home.
There's a ball hit to Brian Roberts. Throw back to first. There's a double play. What a break for the Orioles and Johnson as Torrey Hunter hit it right at Brian Roberts, who doubles up Kendry Morales. We head to the bottom of the 11th. Orioles can win it with a run. We're tied at Comes up, Roberts, Jones, and Markakis. Oriole Bird looking for a run to send these fans home happy. Roberts has a 2-run home run. He has scored twice. Key double and stolen base in the bottom of the ninth. Jones drove in the tying run in the bottom of the ninth. He also scored a run earlier. Markakis has a 2-run home run.
Now 7 doubles his last 5 games. Of course, now a single. A single off Arredondo is almost like a double, the way he can steal bases.
And the shadows are creeping even closer to the pitcher's mound now with the lights over the third base side.
Yeah, you have the pitcher in the sun and the hitter in the shadows.
High fastball, 2-0. Arredondo allowed a bloop single to Wigginton in the 10th, but then got Wieters and Asturias to end it.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to get a little wild. He went 3-1 on Luke Scott, but got him to sky it to left.
Sharply hit foul.
Let's see how quick the bat is of Brian Roberts when he's looking in a certain area. That's how he hit the home run. Fastball off Sean O'Sullivan, kind of inside middle, just turned on it.
There's a strike.
This kid's got really good stuff. Orioles have to hope that he either makes a mistake or maybe gets wild.
2-2. High ball 3.
Well, one of the toughest things for a pitcher, I don't care if you're a starter or reliever, when you have a guy with speed at the plate. And we've seen it with Figgins. If you walk him, it's going to be a walk and a stolen base. If you lay it in there, the capabilities of hitting doubles or home runs, and he's got him to swing at ball 4. And that's about stuff. That and visibility.
So the strikeout for the first out here in the 11th as Roberts goes down.
Yeah, very rarely do you see Brian chase out of the zone.
So Adam Jones comes up. He tied the game in the bottom of the ninth. He has also walked and scored. Does not have a hit. Breaking ball for a strike. Here's the bottom of the ninth. He just missed. Sac fly drove in Roberts. That tied the game at 8. And now in the 11th. High bouncer towards short. Ibar's there and gets it to first. 2 men down in the Oriole 11th.
Well, one of the rumored trades about 3 years ago was Arredondo, Ibar, and Irvin Santana, who will pitch tomorrow for Miguel Tejada. That might have worked.
Well, 2 down. Here's Markakis. Here's 1 for 5 with a 2-run home run. And there's a strike. Looked like Nick took that pitch to get a look at the stuff of Arredondo. Outside, 1-1. I wouldn't think if this game continues, Johnson comes back in. He's already pitched 2 innings. One and 2. Brian Bass is getting loose in the Oriole pen. So 1 and 2 on Markakis. Tie game 8-8 in the bottom of the 11th. The Angels haven't scored since the 7th inning. The Orioles got a run in the 8th on the Wieters pinch hit RBI single and a run in the 9th to tie it. Each team has 13 hits. There are only 2 pitchers remaining in the Angels bullpen: Shane Lutz and Jason Bolger. With Tremblay looking on this hot day. The Orioles have 3. There's a bouncer towards the middle, and it gets through a base hit. So Markakis gets on with 2 men down. A 2-hit game for Nick. He now has 40 multi-hit games. He ties Adam Jones for the team lead.
Yeah, now reached what? Of course, he did this earlier, but 36 consecutive games, either hit, walks, getting on base some way. So once again, the outfield will get a couple of steps deeper. Good speed at first.
Here's Aubrey Huff, singled his last at bat. He's grounded out 3 times and popped up to third. The Angels have caught 21% of potential base stealers. 79% have made it successfully.
Yeah, not much of a lead by Nick. I think that's the one thing that he said he was going to try to concentrate on, maybe stealing more bases. A couple of years ago he did that. I would imagine that would change next year. Only 5 attempts. But he can do so many other things well.
The Orioles really don't do a lot of running except for Cesar Astures and Brian Roberts. And they rarely hit and run. Nick has just 5 attempts on the year, and he was talking about maybe stealing 20 in the season.
Well, that's not going to happen unless you attempt it. And I think that's going back to what I talked about when Joe Torre let all his players have the green light in spring training to find out about their capabilities. It's not only do you have the speed to do it, are you willing to work on the jumps? Are you willing to be aggressive? Are you willing to get picked off? Do you run in the right counts? At least anticipate those kind of things. And then, of course, if you give them the green light, it leads them to be more aggressive, and then you become less station to station. This is a tough ballpark to go from first to third because it's so small and intimate. I mean, it's a normal single to right field. It's very difficult to go all the way on third, where some of the other parks in the league are much bigger. Got some room out of left center field, but now they're playing deep now, but this outfield is playing much deeper than normally would play, and there's a great splitter, and the inning ends.
Huff down on strikes, 2 strikeouts in the inning, a man left on base. On we go to the 12th, tied at 8. The 12th, tied at 8. 27 base hits, and here is Brian Bass coming on, the 6th Oriole pitcher used.
Yeah, his last appearance against Oakland back on the 12th. Oakland in earlier in the week. Actually pitched 2 scoreless innings, but did walk 3. So again, when he's rested and he stays closed with the front shoulder or closed long enough, throw strikes, good sinker ball, a good curve ball, change up. Good stuff.
Now, normally you might say, well, he comes in to an opportune part of the lineup. It is 7, 8, and 9. But the way 7, 8, 9 swung the bat today, I'm not so sure that's any kind of a break.
Well, that is why, again, they lead the American League in average and second in run, because they hit well from 1 to 9. And if Ibar gets on, he's already doubled and walked. And then you got Napoli, the home run guy, behind him.
Here's a chopper to first. Short hop played by Huff. He'll touch the base unassisted. And one down in the 12th.
And you can see how shallow, because of Eric Ibar with the ability to get on via the bunt or the infield hit. So you're shortened up.
Jason Bolger getting loose now.
Man, the Orioles saw him last night, came in trying to hold a 5-1 lead, and Orioles got a couple of guys on.
Only 2 left out there, Bolger and Shane Lutz. Now here's a dangerous hitter for Bass, because Napoli has home run power. And instead it's a base hit in the right field. Solid line drive past Brian Roberts.
Well, see, if you're a sinker baller and you get the ball up, you're getting into his area. The good news, it was away enough where he just poked it into right field. So you stayed away from his power. And it doesn't have a lot of speed. One of the few Angels that can't take the extra base hit and not have the ability to steal the base.
And by getting Eric Ibar leading off the inning, it changes the strategy for Mike Scioscia, who will go to the sacrifice. But now with 1 down, that takes that away.
Well, you never ever know. We saw him hit and run with 2 outs last night. But, I mean, as hot as Figgins is, but Figgins wouldn't hit because you'd probably walk him to get to Asturias who's swinging the bat well. And not a lot of speed at first. It's a tough sacrifice. It has to be a perfect bunt.
Well, look at this. He was going to bunt anyway. That looked like more for a base hit because
but
it's so deep.
Yeah, but it serves a purpose.
Right.
You don't give up the out, even though you ultimately may get it. The Orioles could get it. But again, I think he took a look at, and maybe Scioscia looking down at third base and seeing Wigginton playing way back.
The Angels have sacrificed 31 times this year.
And the Orioles play the line. You know, we talked about how the Angels, even in a tie ball game 1-run lead, they played off the line. So Wigginton playing and trying to take away the double. And now he'll move back. There's a breaking ball. But normally you don't play Howie Kendrick on the line like that. You'd play him off. So you guard against a double, but you open up that gap for the single. Different way of thinking.
And it's the catcher on at first base, Mike Napoli. Here's the 0-2. High chopper towards the middle. That's a tough play, and it gets through for a base hit. So Kendrick bounces one through, and here come the Angels again. They had the bases loaded, 1 down in the 11th, couldn't score, and now they have 2 on with 1 out. And again, it's this lower third of the lineup.
Well, you make a pretty good pitch and you get the bad result. You get the ground ball you're looking for, but just a high chopper. One thing about this infield at Camden Yards, light years firmer than it was earlier in the year. The ball caroms into the outfield. So now you have to pitch to Figgins. And that average, what it was, 303 when he came in on Friday night, so it's gone up 7 points. And now in the third plus game.
And he hit him. So Figgins will go down to first base. That loads the bases with 1 down.
Well, Brian Bass talks about being able to stay close. See, but when you go side to side, what happens? You open up the front side and the arm comes through too quickly. So he couldn't stay close enough. And right there, I think Rick Granite, seeing that's going to come out and say, hey, wait a minute. You got to stay over the rubber long enough to be able to get your front shoulder going to first to home plate and your back arm so you throw north and south. So that was a little spin move and you end up hitting somebody you didn't want to hit.
So Meiser Astores comes up now with a chance to get the Angels the lead.
And I think another reason for this is to alert everybody that you could squeeze Mike Scioscia. I mean, you need a run if you're the Angels. I don't care how they get it.
Baskets ahead on 1.
So for the second straight inning, they get the bases loaded and only 1 out. Hunter lined into a double play in the 11th.
It's ahead on 2.
Mesa swinging at everything. Don't throw him a strike.
Well, based on the strategy you said Mike Scioscia employs anytime, how about a squeeze 0-2? Probably not. Check swing and appeal. No swing. It's been an interesting day on the appeals. Everyone has been denied. Look, from that angle, looked like he checked. Certainly sold it. Here's the 1-2. High pop foul. That'll be back in the crowd.
Yeah, the only angle that mattered was Larry Vanover's down at third.
Good point. 1 vote, and it's his. Napoli at third, Kendrick at second, Figgins at first. 1 down. 1-2 is bounced to first. Hector come home to cut off the run. Roll back to first. In time! He got the double play. What a play by Huff. That had to be very difficult to see as Astores and the ball got there at the same time. Nicely turned. 3-2 to 3, and the inning ends. The Angels. And a big threat by the Angels by getting a double play. In the 11th, there was a line drive that was hit by Torrey Hunter that Brian Roberts got to first. Then the 3-2-3 double play, and here's Jason Bolger to try to keep this game going. He comes on to work in the bottom of the 12th.
Yeah, first round guy all the way back in 2001 with Arizona. They picked him up as a minor league free agent last year. Last year he pitched at AAA a little bit with the Angels. Struggled early this year. We saw him last night. Came in walking a hit. Then Fuentes came in with a 5-1 lead. Fuentes came in to get the save. So again, 93, 94, big curveball. Last night had trouble getting them over.
Reimold, Scott, and Wigginton in the 12th inning. A run wins it for the Orioles. Ball 1 outside.
I think the one thing, and we talk so many year in and year out, if you're going to get better as a ball club, of course the Orioles are trying to, I guess, emulate the Angels in a way where you start winning division titles. The Angels have done it 5 out of 6 times. But you want your young pitchers to be better at the end of the year than they were at the beginning, and Bolger is one of those guys. I mean, early on, 10 earned runs in his first 7 2/3 innings, and since then, 40 games, only 11 earned runs. So the ERA a little bit over 2 runs a game. We'll see if he has it this afternoon, though.
Weimel took 2-1 the count. Nolan has 1 hit today. He's 1 out of 5 with a double and a run scored. He hasn't had a multi-hit game since July 28th. Looking for his second hit here in the 12th.
Well, I think what I see sometimes, and I was thinking the other night when they hit him second, and that's because you don't get too many guys that are a couple of months in the big leagues that can hit second in the lineup and use the whole field. But I think he's almost like he's too tentative at the plate. I'm trying to get the perfect pitch. So what happens is, I mean, he's a good fastball hitter. He gets 2-0. He takes 2-0 down the middle. Then he makes a better pitch, 2-2, and then Bolger makes a great pitch with his breaking ball, and you're out. So the 2 pitches you had a chance to hit, you took. Even if you overswing 2-0, as long as you get a ball that you can drive, and that's pretty much what he let go by. So again, I think that's just going to have to change, and that's part of the progress. So, you know, whether you're a young pitcher, you got to learn what you have to do to be successful. Same with hitting.
Here's Luke Scott. High fly ball, left center field. Juan Rivera moving in on it. Has it for the out, and 2 down. Back-to-back rallies in the 11th and the 12th, Jim, ending with double plays.
Yep. Oh, he got it in on Hunter, and then Morales and in the 12th inning. I mean, this is right here. This is a special double play. Playing in because of the speed. So Huff makes a great throw, and then the snap throw by Wieters. They get the double play. You don't see that too often.
Well, I'll tell you, I still don't know how Aubrey Huff saw that ball. The runner and the ball getting there at the exact same time.
Mom, look what I found.
Here's Ty Wigginton, 2 outs, none on. Wigginton has a 3-hit game. And tomorrow in the box score, someone's going to pick up the newspaper or look online and go, oh, 3 out of 5. He's hitting the ball over the ballpark. They don't know. One was on a check swing, one was on a ball lost in the sun, and one was an infield hit. And you know what? They all still count.
So how about a 4 for 4 with a blast?
That would work. I like how you're thinking.
Do the post game and go home. Not that I really care. I don't. Whoops.
Well, you can't go home. You have an event.
No, I understand. But
oh yeah, so do I.
Kind of towards home.
Same moving direction down the road. 2-1 the count.
Yeah, Jason Bolger with a nice breaking ball.
There it is again, 2-2.
And he throws it in a fastball count. Even more impressive. Yeah, my point on Nolan Reimold is that when you do get those counts, and that's part of the process of learning, you do what Wigginton did. I mean overswing, but 2-0, you get a fastball, you're looking fastball. In your zone, let it go.
On he goes. Good pitch by Bolger. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the 13th inning at Camden Yards, tied at 8. 2 singles and a hit batter, but then got a double play ball to get out of it. He's the 6th Orioles pitcher.
And with the capability of pitching multiple innings. He pitched 4 innings on a couple of occasions. I'm glad I did not scribble into the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th on my scorecard, which I occasionally do. You, of course, could be in trouble there, man.
15th and 16th are spoken for at the moment. That's why I do it in pencil. Here's Bobby Abreu, Juan Rivera, and Kendry Morales to follow 3 consecutive home run threats. Let's go back to the 3rd inning when Abreu hit one out on Jeremy Guthrie.
Yeah, just a curveball that kind of meanders up, and Abreu says thank you very much. 28th home run of the year. And Guthrie is the only home run he threw this afternoon. Well, the thing about Bobby Abreu in this situation, and Brian Bass certainly should understand this, he's going to make you throw it over. And now all of a sudden he becomes more of an extra base threat because he's going to look inside middle and try to turn on something. And that's the type of hitter we saw him early on off the Jim Johnson. Went away in the hitter's count. He just kept one to left for a single. A very selective, accomplished hitter.
And Bass falls behind him 3-0.
Yeah, see, that ball's off the corner, and they get the call, and he was ready to go down.
And 3-1 on Abreu. Hard hit ball towards the middle, past the dive of the Stars. There's a base hit. And yet again, the Angels get a runner on. Second time in the last 3 innings the leadoff man has been on.
Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, this is what Major League Baseball for accomplished hitters is about. Can you get the good part of the bat on the good part of the ball? And how do you do that? You know, you look for pitches, you work on your batting stroke.
And now you got all kinds of possibilities for Mike Scioscia because you have a guy on at first base who has 25 steals. Juan Rivera hits a chopper. This is going to be a tough play. Wigginton can't make it.
Yeah, he tries to make it the only way that you can make it to make the play. So the swinging bunt, I think it's just load him up because that's the way he got out of the last 2 innings. And right here, a little breaking ball, he just swings over and see a Sturris. Here comes Wigginton, and he felt the only way he could make that play. Now you can catch it with your glove, but you're probably not going to throw out Rivera. And how about body language? You could see the look on his face, the frustration.
So 2 on with none out. Angels have left 2 men on in each of the last 2 innings. We showed you the double plays that ended each of those threats. And here's Kendry Morales, the first baseman, number 5 hitter. There's a strike.
Yeah, how often can you get a couple of walks, a base hit in 1 inning and not score, 2 base hits and a hit batsman and not score? And that's what's happened in the last 2 innings.
And I think if you're the team on the mound, you're testing fate if you keep going to it. There's a bouncer. There's a base hit into right field. Abreu will be held at third as Markakis fires back in.
You know, Nick's thrown so many times from right field, he thinks he's pitching again. And he's in Atlanta in high school. See, that's smart hitting. Again, you look for a pitch that you could hit into right field, even though the first baseman, Huff, is not holding the runner on. And then you hope you get it. And here we go. How many times have we seen this afternoon? Nick Markakis throwing to home plate. And there is no reason to send him.
Yeah, with none down, Dino Ebel, the third base coach, held Abreu. So now all the pressure's on Bass. Bases loaded and none down for Torrey Hunter. Orioles will have the infield drawn in for a play at the plate. And it's low, 1-0.
Yeah, so the guy that missed the last 32 games because of the groin injury, he's back with the bases loaded.
He was 1 for 5, also has an RBI and a sac fly. Abreu, Rivera, and Morales third to first. Ball 2. Now he's really playing into the hands here of Torrey Hunter, down 2-0.
Well, let's see how Torrey handles this. What did Bob Boone used to always say is sometimes you have to play into the avaricious nature of the hitter. Hope that he actually swings at a bad pitch. Remember Bob Boone saying avaricious nature of the hitter.
Oh, sure.
Is he going to be overly aggressive? And who's in trouble here? Brian Bass, not Hunter.
2-0 hit back past the mound and into center field, a base hit. And the Angels get the lead. 4 consecutive singles. Torrey Hunter bounced it past Bass, who couldn't glove it. And the Angels have broken through here in the 13th.
Yeah, a lot of hitter counts in this inning. And right here, if he catches it, he almost catches his ball. I mean, you could see just a little late. Got to reach over. That's probably another one of those 1-3 to, or actually 1-2 to 3 double plays if he catches it, but he doesn't.
And now he's got to try to minimize the damage for the Orioles coming up in the bottom of the 13th. Still nobody out. And Matt Albers getting loose behind him. Rivera, Morales, and Hunter third to first. Eric Ibar up. Nine runs on 19 hits for the Angels, 8 runs on 14 hits, and here comes Dave Tremblay. And we're going to get a pitching change. He's going to go to Matt Albers to take over for Brian Bass. So a run in, bases loaded, none down. Angels have the lead back 9-8 in the 13th. Nine-8 and 3 left on base. Still nobody out for Matt Albers. So a tough spot for Albers as he tries to minimize the damage as best he can.
Yeah, if you were on a roll, you might feel somewhat confident, but 12 earned runs in his last 5 innings in 6 appearances. And Rick Kranitz just saying, you know what, you just got to stay over the rubber a little bit longer, get your arm out in front. His velocity was anywhere from 93 to 97, but command was not where he would like. Of course, you bring him in because 7 of the 9 hitters for the Angels reach base against Brian Bass, who's pretty much forced to do this, and hope, as you mentioned, that you can keep it at 9-8 somehow. Great bunter at the plate.
Breaking ball for a strike.
Yeah, I told Matt, I said, at some point, wherever the way you have to figure it out, you have to be able to stay long enough where you can actually get your arm out in front of you. That's when the ball sinks. That's when you get on top of your curveball, and he threw a great one right there. And somehow you've got to figure it out. That's what pitching in the big leagues is about. Being overthrows that, and the front shoulder just flies open, and the ball goes right with it. It's either been he's been off the plate inside, or he drops it drops his arm a little bit and just runs out of the strike zone down and away. So you find yourself in hitters counts, and it's not the way you want to pitch.
1-1 on Ibar. That ball's ripped to right field. That's going to be up against the scoreboard. 1 run is in, 2 runs in. The throw goes to second base. There's a 2-run double for Eric Ibar, and the Angels have a 3-run lead.
Well, good piece of hitting. And he gets a great pitch to hit. How many times have we seen balls down and in? I mean, Ibar, you think of him just being a kind of a slap hitter, but came in hitting 300 both sides of the plate. You know, started it all a long time ago, making a great play to start the game. Brian Roberts thought he was going to have a single in the left. He threw him out. And right here makes it 11-8 with a double.
And there is still nobody out. Runners on the corners. Here's Napoli. Fouls it back. Well, the Angels have had chances, and they finally break through. The Orioles not quite as many chances in their extra inning at bats. And Brian Bass tagged for 3 runs in the 13th inning. The runner on third, his responsibility as well. Good breaking ball there, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, real good breaking ball.
So it's now 11-8 and still nobody out. Fastball misses. 1-2 on Napoli, who has 1 hit. He's 1 for 5 as a sac fly and an RBI. Guthrie started. He went 5 2/3, 7 earned runs on 10 hits. Mark Hendrickson retired, the only batter he faced. Chris Ray, 2 innings, 1 run. Baez pitched a scoreless inning. Johnson, 2 scoreless innings. Bass, 1 inning plus 4 batters, 3 earned runs. And now Albers. Runner from first goes, swing and a miss. Throw to second base is high. Throw back to third, not in time. So a stolen base on the strikeout. Down to second base goes Eric Ibar. And there's the first out in the inning.
Yeah, he thought he had a double off the wall, but it went right to Markakis. So Mike Scioscia again just sends him. Comes up play by Brian Roberts.
Here's Howie Kendrick, and once again the infield is in.
Well, you trail by 3, you're trying to cut him off, and certainly makes it easier for Howie Kendricks. Now, this is a situation which he hitting over 300 with runners in scoring position. Get a good pitch to hit, he does it.
Weak ground ball, broken bat, the run will score. Worthington plays at the first. So 2 balls hit very softly in this inning have helped the Angels out. And there's a 4th run.
And again, Kendricks, I mean, really lucks out. He swings at a ball about a foot inside, but again, because he gets jammed. I mean, here's your Exmo. I mean, that ball just breaks the bat on contact. So rarely you get an RBI and a ball hit that softly. But again, the Angels' speed. Stolen bases. The guy to third, the second. Got to play the infield, and they take advantage of it.
Here's Sean Figgins, runner at third. That will close the book on Bass. 1 inning plus 4 batters and 4 earned runs. And the Angels' lead is now 12-8. Figgins is the 8th Angel to bat in the 13th inning. Fouls it back, and it's 0-2.
Well, to give you an idea of how well they can score runs, 4 or more runs in an inning now 21 times in the last 37 games. And that's why they're, if you look at this runners in scoring position, they come in with the highest average in Major League Baseball at 309, and that's gone up. It's not easy to do. Twins led the American League at 305 last year. Incredible year.
20 base hits for the Angels. Figgins fouls it back. Figgins has 3 hits. He has 2 RBIs. He has scored twice. He has stolen a base. You know, when he's out on the free agent market this winter, the Orioles probably should sign him so they don't have to face him.
Well, you know, we showed you he got his 1,000th hit early on, and I said it seems like it's all against the Orioles.
Right. I mean, that would be addition by addition. 2-2 on him. And there's another hit. Markakis runs it down. That's going to be a double for Figgins. So ABAL scores. It is a 5-run 13th and a 4-hit game for Figgins.
And 94-mile-per-hour fastball, tie in. What's the location? Doesn't sink. I mean, it's straighter than an arrow. What an afternoon.
And here is Meiser Estouras as the Angels have batted around. So Albers allows the 3 inherited runners to score, and now he has been charged with a run as well. Line drive. There's another base hit. Figgins will be set. It's a 6-run inning. And Matt Albers struggling mightily here.
You know, I asked him yesterday, I said, you know, how's your shoulder? Because he did have the labrum problems. And he said, actually, it feels pretty good. But, you know, again, the inability at this point in the season to get the ball to sink. And he is a sinker baller. So it is very difficult to have the success you'd like to have if you're not able to do what you want to do on the mound. It's certainly not about velocity. It's kind of like it was early in the year when he first came up. Probably throwing harder this year than last year, but not as successful because, again, the ball straightening out. So again, it's such a position of feel and touch. He just can't make the pitches he wants to make or used to make.
Six-run 13th inning for the Angels. And here's Abreu who got it started. Got ahead in the count and ripped a single through the middle.
And how he do it? He worked the count in his favor and got a pitch to hit and didn't overswing, just back up the middle. And the irony is he struck out 4 times yesterday. And I saw him today, and one of the writers was saying the last time you did that was when you were playing for Philadelphia and you went to Cincinnati. And he said the first time I ever did it was against the Orioles, and Mike Mussina started that game.
And there's the walk. So 2 on with 2 outs. Kranitz out for a visit. Jim, how about this for efficiency and balance top to bottom? 8 of the 9 hitters in this game now have multi-hit games. Figgins has 4. Estouras has 2. Abreu has 3. Rivera has 2. Morales has 3. Hunter has 2. ABAL has 3. Kendrick has 2. The only one who doesn't have a multi-hit game is Napoli, and he was robbed of a possible grand slam by Adam Jones. That went for a sac fly and an RBI. He has only 1 hit. 8 of the 9 in this lineup have multi-hit games.
Yeah, they're trying to get back at the Orioles for that 16-6 selected. They have 22 hits. The Orioles got, what, 19 in 8 innings the other night? Didn't even hit in the 9th. And the 16 runs. And then the Angels, as good as they are, only scored in 1 inning last night. Were able to win 5-1.
High fly ball to left. Raimel back. In front of the wall, it's gone. It just got out. First row, there's a 3-run home run off Albers.
Well, there's the breaking ball, and again, it's in the middle of the plate. There's your X-ball in the air. It looked like it may stay in the ballpark. Rimo right off one of the fans' hands.
So the Angels had 8 runs after 7 innings. They've scored 9 runs in the 13th. Kendry Morales is the 12th batter this inning. He has already singled and scored. Well, the Orioles not able to get the winning run in 3 consecutive at-bats, allow the Angels another shot in the 13th, and oh, they've taken advantage of it. A 9-run inning. Well, the Orioles having trouble putting together back-to-back wins. They have not won a series since the final series before the All-Star break, July 10th, 11th, and 12th. And a loss today would prevent the Orioles from a shot to win this series, because they would fall down 2-1 in the 4-game set. The best they could hope for is a 4-game split tomorrow.
Well, which would not be a bad thing. I mean, obviously, you're going to have to lick your wounds and come back and take your shots. I thought it was kind of interesting in the State of the Union meeting yesterday on the field. Andy McPhail and manager Dave Tremblay talking about what's going to happen late in the year. They're probably going to bring up some young pitchers.
Ground ball to first, and there's the sarcastic applause of the fans as the inning ends. It's a 9-run inning, and the Angels have the lead. Bases loaded and nobody out. He allowed all 3 inherited runners to score and then more. Rob Quinlan takes over in left. So 5 of the runs scored that inning charged to Albers, 4 to Brian Bass, who's the pitcher of record, as is Bolger on the mound. There's Matt Wieters to lead off in the 13th. A 9-run inning in a tie game in extra innings. Wieters, Torres, and Roberts will be up here in the 13th. And it's 0-2 on Wieters, who's batting for a 3rd time. He pinch hit for Moeller in the 8th inning and had an RBI single. The Angels now have 17 runs on 23 hits. Wieters lays off 1-2.
Yeah, the ability to play well on the road. That's what the Angels do. And if they win today, they will have gone 19-6 out of their last 25 games. Now their run total, and it was over 7 runs a game in those 25 games. Coming in, it's going to go up dramatically, especially when you factor in the fact they get 17 in 13 innings. But again, the Orioles, it's not that they had a lot of opportunities. Because Arredondo pitched very well. Bulger threw the ball very well. But you did get the last at bats in the last 3 innings, and you couldn't do anything. And then finally, their potent offense was able to have that huge inning.
Strike 3 call. There's the first out in the bottom of the 13th. Third strikeout for Bulger. Well, here's the Oriole pitching on the day. Guthrie, 5 2/3, 7 runs. Hendrickson got the only batter he'd face. Chris Ray, 1 run in 2 innings. Baez a scoreless inning. Jim Johnson pitched out of a couple of jams. Good job there. 2 innings, no runs. Bass, 4 earned runs. Albers, 5 earned runs. That'll hurt your ERA.
Not what you want, obviously. Yeah, but again, I think anytime you have the least amount of starters, and we talk about this, and I'm not making excuses for them because they didn't certainly pitch as well as they would like. But when you have the least amount of innings from your starters, and hopefully that'll change over the next 6 weeks with the young guys coming up and getting their feet wet, you have the most out of your bullpen, and it catches up with you. And we've seen that to some degree. Matt Albers, he struggled early, went to the minors, came back, pitched well. Brian Bass from time to time, over a long period of time, has been very consistent. Now all of a sudden they're not making their pitches. Stuff's flatter.
Well,
it just takes its toll.
You wonder too, Jim, because Albers has struggled. Now is it a confidence thing? Because obviously if you're going to the mound and you're not getting anybody out, you have to be thinking about it.
Well, I think when you're not getting people out and people are saying, well, you're overthrowing the ball, it's hard not to overthrow it. There's a tendency to try harder. Well, I think it's one of Mike Flanagan's great lines is, hey, try easier sometimes. It works. And again, it's such a fine line. I was talking to Jeremy Guthrie last night. It's such a fine line between being intense and having that intensity and not being tense, gripping the ball. And when things go poorly, and Matt's in one of those streaks, yeah, there's a tendency to grip the ball a little bit tighter and try harder. I mean, you admire the efforts, just it doesn't always work. There's another strikeout. Well, Bulger comes in. He struggled last night. Fuentes comes in and saves him. That's what he does. 33 saves. And then again, another breaking ball.
Wow, that's a nice pitch. Yeah. Freezes the hitter.
Well, again, it must, out of his hand, must be difficult to see because it was up a little bit. We've seen hanging breaking balls hit all day long, but not that one.
Well, Brian Roberts will get the next at bat here with 2 outs and none on in the 13th. And it takes a strike.
Tomorrow's going to be an interesting game because I think it's a lot easier when you play this type of tough ball game. Because the Orioles, they did come back from being down 6-2. Got some big home runs. Brian, of course, early on got a 2-run home run. But to show up tomorrow against a team that has the second best record in the American League, against a guy like Santana who just pitched a 3-hitter, it's going to show your mettle. And that's what I think the Orioles are looking for over the last 6 weeks. Can they do this? Because they battled this afternoon. I mean,
no doubt about it.
One operational inning. You got to give the Angels credit for putting a 9-run 13th inning.
And if you're Mike Scioscia, you had a starter on the mound with a 6-2 lead, and he couldn't get through the 5th inning. So his bullpen, the only reliever he didn't use today was Shane Lukes.
But again, you go back to the job that Matt Palmer did for them. I mean, the Oriole bullpen pitched well until the 13th. Some kind of tenuous innings along the way, but they were able to get out of trouble.
3-1 on Roberts.
It's a tough game to lose. And I'll tell you what, play 13 innings and have to come back, even if it's a night game, it's always difficult.
Roberts pulls it towards the corner, and that's foul.
But it's a lot easier to do when you put a W in the win column.
Yeah, the Angels' dinner will taste a little better tonight. And Mike Scioscia will feel a little better about things after watching his team give up a 6-2 lead and then an 8-6 lead as the Orioles got a run in the 8th and then the blown save by his closer Fuentes in the 9th. But in the end, he'll still have the win with 1 more out. And Tremblay will feel the opposite. 3-2 on Roberts. Strike 3 called on a breaking ball. So the Orioles go down 3 up, 3 down in the 13th on 3 consecutive strikeouts, and the Angels win it 17 runs on 23 hits. Well, join us again tomorrow, the finale of the 4-game series. David Hernandez on the mound against Urban Santana. Coverage on Mass in HD begins at 6:30 with those extra presented by